My name is Majok, and just let me know who you are.
Yeah. Thank you so much. My name is Peter Koryong. I'm from South Sudan. I've been to detention.
Peter, how old are you at the moment?
1987.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And at the moment, where are you located in Australia?
I'm in Christmas Island.
Christmas Island. Right.
Yeah.
All right. Do you have any family in Australia, Peter?
Yeah, I do have my sisters. I came here with my sister and my brothers.
And where are they living at the moment?
They live here. My little sister live here in Perth. My older sister, she's living in Melbourne. Yeah.
Okay. And when did you migrate to Australia with your sibling?
We came here 2006.
2006.
Yeah.
And did you migrate only with your sibling? What about your parents, your mother and your father?
I've lost my both parents.
Okay.
Back home in Africa during war, and I came with my sisters. Yeah, my older sister.
So you came as an orphan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, do you hold Australian citizenship or any passport from South Sudan?
I don't have any passport, and I don't have any citizen. I'm permanent resident.
Okay. So, did you migrate to Australia under the humanitarian visa?
Yes.
Okay. And is your visa still active now or cancelled?
My visa got cancelled. It is a visa that they should never cancel, but I don't know. They canceled it anyway.
And so, has this cancellation affected your family as well? Are they citizen or the visa is struggling?
My family, they are citizen, except me. Yeah, it affects them a lot.
And how long have you been in the detention center for now in Christmas Island?
In Christmas Island, I came here to 2020. From that day up to now. So I've been here let me just say I've been here in detention center from 2019 up to today.
3 years.
3 years, yeah.
And before being in the detention center, where were you?
I was in maximum prison. I've been to, I think, 3 prisons. I was locked up from 2013 up to 2019. From 2019, they brought me in here with my time finished. They brought me to detention center.
How long did you spend in the maximum prison?
I spent 6 years.
6 years.
Yeah.
Okay. What was the nature of the event that led you to the maximum prison?
It was a violent, It was a violent.
Violent-related events.
Yeah, violent-related, yeah.
Okay. And you
I was punished for that. Yeah.
So did you say you have been moved from 3 prisons around Western Australia?
Yeah, from Akia to Kasrina to Acacia. Yeah.
So when you were in prison, did you encounter any other South Sudanese or Sudanese nationals around those prisons?
Yeah.
There were many.
There were many of them, yeah.
What about the other Africans? Were there many of them?
There were few of them, but mostly South Sudanese.
Mostly South Sudanese. Yeah. Right. So when you were charged by the court to go to prisons, did they mention to you that your visa would be cancelled, or after you serve your sentence, or did they say after you been released from the jail, you will be taken to detention center? Did they mention that?
They didn't mention that. The new law came in while I was already sentenced. So they thought the new law was I was already sentenced. That means the law does not apply to me. But anyway, before I get out, I actually thought that I'm going to get out. But a few days later, they told me that you're going to detention center. You're going to be there for a couple of weeks or even months. And then they will release you. And from that day, they did release me.
Now in Christmas Island, Are there so many other Africans origins or the South Sudanese in particular?
There are other African here, but we are the majority here.
Like in that unit where you are at the moment, how many in particular do you know? Like how many total South Sudanese?
In this unit alone, there's about 3 boys. No, about four of them. Yeah.
Are they all males? Is there any female?
Yeah, they are all male.
Good. What is your family doing now to support you coming out from the detention center where you are?
There's nothing they can do, but they are supportive. But there's nothing they can do, because even if you go to court, I've been to court so many times. They rejected me for no reason at all. I haven't done any crime since I was locked up up to now. I've done everything they want me to do. I've done courses, all these things, and yet every time I go to court, they rejected me.
With no reason.
For no reason.
So you've done the right thing. You've been charged, with wrongdoing, and you've served your sentence, and you obey the rule of law, which is required by the government. And you wonder why you are still being kept in the detention center.
Yeah.
Do you think you should have been given a rehabilitation in the community?
Yeah, even those who, that's the one old man, I remember him, he worked like, he came to see me, in psychology, something like that. How do you call it? The people who talk to you to make sure you're okay. Yeah, and he went to court and he told the judge this person is suitable to go back to the community. He have done everything, so I think it's not dangerous to the community. And yet, they rejected me too. So right now I'm just sitting without case, without anything. It's worse than, it's better to be in prison, because in prison, on this date you will get out. But from here, they're just killing people mentally.
Right. Do you think your mental health status has been affected by this?
A lot.
And how do you rate your overall health? Being in the prisons, and now you're being taken down again, spending years, and you don't know when you will come out from that detention center. How do you rate your overall health? Is it affected severely?
Yeah, because I've been thinking a lot. Every day I've been thinking a lot. I think I should see a doctor, or I should see psychology or anything like that, because every single day is getting harder and harder and harder. Not knowing that when are you going to get out, you can't go back to your country. A matter of fact, we came here, the visa that I got is like a citizen,
Yeah.
It's like a citizen. I should be treated as a citizen. And yet they came up with this new law. It affects us a lot, Some people, they lose their mind. Some people even die here in this place.
Do you know anyone who have lost his life in that Christmas Island?
Yeah, I know some of them, but I can't mention their name.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Are they South Sudanese?
They are the rest.
Okay. Right. And do you think you should have been given a better treatment to see the counselors and the other psychologists on site? Do the government give you that support in Christmas Island to see them?
No.
They don't give you that.
It's like we are forgetting people. That's what I can.
People.
Yeah, we are forgetting people.
The forgotten people of Australia. And do you think the same policy, if you're looking at the way the former Australian Prime Minister Kevin Rudd was apologizing to the Australian people on the stolen generation, do you think the same policy that is being applied now, when back in the days an Aboriginal child is born and is taken away from his parent or her parents and taken somewhere else, and that what was termed as a stolen generation by Australia. Do you think now the Australia has reintroduced the same policy that taken away, the sons of a certain communities and being detained somewhere else?
Yeah, what they have done to Aboriginal people, that's exactly what they are doing to us here. Even a lot of South Sudanese people, they don't know what we are going through in here. They need to wake, they need to wake up, and they need to stand up for their children. I'm holding up that there's young people in here. Some of them, they came when they were 18. Now some of them are 25, 24. It's not an easy thing, because our community, they don't want to talk about it. That's why the government don't care.
Yeah.
It seems like they give up on us. That's how the government think. Right. Right now, how many people right now sitting without a case? Like me, I don't have a case. I'm just sitting not knowing when am I going to get out, how many years I'm going to spend in here. And for a human being to think that way, they just doing this to kill us, to break us down,
And do you think your family is affected too, your sibling back in prison?
Yeah. It affects them, but there's nothing they can do. They want me to go back home, and going back there is not really a good idea because there is still war there. They are saying, "Oh, your country is good right now; you can go back." That is not the case. How we came here, we committed crime, then we should be treated as the same. There's no need for us to go back home.
And pretty much, you grew up in the neighboring countries when you were a little boy.
Yeah.
You don't know much about South Sudan,
No.
You call Australia your home. You've been here for so many years, and it should be given a second chance. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
That's right. Now, if we give this discussion to the Home Affairs Minister and the current Migration Minister, what would you tell the minister?
What I will tell the minister is this. They are claiming that they are keeping community safe. What they are doing is to keep community safe from us because we are dangerous people. And when you look at it here, even one white person told me last time that what our government is doing is not good. I've done a lot of horrible things, and now I'm going back. They're releasing me to the community. So my message to the minister would be like, if you are keeping the community safe, why would you release people who would have done rape, those who molested children? You send them back to the community because they are white people. You send them back to the community. How are you keeping community safe from people like that? If you can't keep a woman safe, you can't keep a child safe, you are releasing all these rappers to them, but you're keeping us in here, killing us mentally. It's not good. Minister should do something. You need to release people. We have done our time. We have learned our lesson. We need to go back to our community. We need to work. We need to, all the things we need to do. We need to pay tax. So the minister, we have hope that this government should do something good because Labour, they are not like liberal. But we were wrong. They are exactly the same now. Because the politics is about let me be racist so that the people will vote for me. But that's not good. Do the right thing,
Yeah. Right. And what would you tell to the South Sudanese community members who are not aware on what is happening undercover? Majority of their sons and daughters are rotting in the detention centers around Australia without knowing their future, what their future will hold. What can you tell them?
What I can tell South Sudanese, because the children that are suffering in this country are Nuer and Dinka children, My people, wake up. You need to wake up. You need to do protests. You need to talk to the government and tell them what you are doing is not good, If you are not going to do this thing, these people, they will destroy your children mentally, Right now, you guys give up on children that because, oh, I don't want to touch them because if I touch them, I will go to jail. No. Talk to the children, talk to the government. I believe right now South Sudanese stand up together and talk to the government. Government can do something.
Yes.
You guys need to wake up and talk to the government. Let the government know we are your children. Other communities are doing the same thing, and for that right now, other community, the children are being released from here because the community they talk to the government. They let the government know what you're doing is not good, and government understand that, but not South Sudanese community.
Right. He surely you serve your time in prison, and that's what is required by the law, and he should have been given a second chance. Do you feel very regret committing the event crime that you have committed before, and what lesson have you learned from that?
I've learned a valuable lesson because right now, 10 years in captivity, what I've done is wrong, and I've learned from it. Violence will solve nothing, All we need to do and all what I need to do right now, people like Mamer Dow, we need a second chance. We need to work. We need to have a family. We need to pay tax. We need to do the right thing, Like violence is not good. I learned from it. If I get released by today, I will not be a violent person because I've learned from it, It's not good.
Very good. And what can you tell to the younger people among the African community and South Sudanese in particular who are misusing their time and they're still using violence as a means of solving problems?
What I can tell the young African in general, I've seen you young people on TV doing violence, all the things we have done all the things back in the day. And look where I am right now. What you should be doing is go to school, go to school, listen to your parents. Because fighting on the street is stealing. One day you will regret it and you will wish you listen to your parents. So don't do violence, don't steal. Just go to school. When you know you're mature enough, start a job, work hard for yourself, Because right now the government are targeting you, for them to get vote. It's not a cool thing. Don't stop violence, young people. I've seen you a lot on TV, especially in Melbourne. These things are not good. That's not gangs away. We've been there before. Look at where I am right now. 10 years. And I don't want you guys to go through this.
It's surely a waste of time. 10 years is a lot of time. You would have done a lot in your life and helping other people around. And what can you tell the parents, within the South Sudanese communities who are less supportive to their young ones and who are, throwing their hands away when their little ones go into the juvenile or prisons? What can you tell them?
What I can tell South Sudanese parents is, it doesn't matter. If you give up on your child, it's still your child, This kid, when they go to jail, they will also go to jail again. But you don't need to give up South Sudanese family because you are the only community that gave up on their children. You need to be there. When they committed a crime, don't just say, oh, you spoiled my name right now. The community are talking about you, like this, all this nonsense. When a child committed a crime, go to court with the child. When they sentence him, go to jail, visit the child. Never give up on your child, Because we South Sudanese, we are the easy target here because we are the darkest,
Yeah.
Don't give up on your children, my people. Even right now, there's a lot of children right now in this detention center, and their parents, they don't even talk to them all the time, Never give up. Even if you divorce, be there when your child is in jail or is going through court case and all these things. Don't give up on your children. That's what I can tell you guys.
Good. Coming to an end, Peter, what can you say in general, to the wider community and to the people who are looking to to look for a better future in the community?
Yeah, what I can tell them is if you're doing good, continue doing good, you know. But we need to work. If you are not going to school, work, you know, work, make some money, you know, but never committed a crime like even drink driving, all these things they will. Like right now we have a criminal history, you know. Just work hard and then do the right thing and never give up on your children. Make sure you always do the right thing. Because this country, violence is not a good thing.
And that's Peter Corium in Christmas Island. Peter, you have seen it all and you have said it all. And we'll eventually see that this message will empower any other young person out there or any other parent out there to see the better future for their own children. And indeed, Christmas Island, as majority of the detainees from the South Sudanese background term it as a Guantanamo Bay, like the case of the United States. It's the worst detention center any person would ever wanted to be in. And yet again, there are a lot of South Sudanese within this detention center where Peter is. Thank you, Peter, for talking to me today, and I will be in touch again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let us know who you are and what's your names and all that.
My name is Akuk Garang Akuk Adut. And you mean like where I'm from?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm from South. I was born in refugee camp, but in my visas normally says South Sudan, from Sudan. And I came to Australia when I was 12 years old. So I'm now 30 years old, turning 31.
So pretty much you are basically Australians.
Yep.
Because you grew up most of your time here. So
yeah,
where are you located basically at the moment?
Located in Yonge Hill in Perth, Northern Detention Center.
Akuk, do you have any family in Australia?
Yeah, I got all my family here. My mom, my sister, yeah, my siblings. Yeah, they're all here.
You said you came when you were 12 years old to Australia. When did you first migrate to Australia?
I came 2004, December 15. When I came with my sister. Then my mom came 2009. I came with my older sister, and then my mom and my other siblings, they came 2009.
Are you an Australian citizen, or are you holding the South Sudanese citizenship at the moment?
I don't have Australian citizen, but they're saying because anyone that wasn't born in Sudan is automatically citizen. That's what they say when I go to AAT, and that they say it doesn't matter if you're born in refugee camp. It's saying that there's a law that's saying that even if you wasn't born in South Sudan, you're automatically South Sudan citizen.
So which visa category did you migrate to Australia with your family? For example, humanitarian visa, skills, or partner visa?
Humanitarian visa.
Do you know if your the visa that you came to Australia is still active or cancelled?
Now, the visa that I came to Australia, I don't no longer have it. I have applied for protection visa because what they did with my permanent residency, I went to AAT twice. And my first AAT, my family paid for the lawyer, and it kind of messed up my case. And then I had to take it all the way to full federal. And then from full federal, I won it. Then I went back to AAT. When I went back to AAT, my case ended up in Adelaide. And then I don't know why I ended up in Adelaide because I'm from Melbourne. And then it got messed up by the AAT. They accept all my grounds, and then they said that I'm a threat to Australian community. So that means that it doesn't want to say definite detention, but it doesn't want to let me out. So I had nowhere to appeal the case because they accept all my grounds. So I tried to appeal it, and my lawyer tried to appeal it. There wasn't no ground to appeal it because they accept everything. So I had no choice but to apply for protection visa. So when I applied for protection visa, they knocked me back. They said I wasn't a refugee. So I had to take that to AAT to get a refugee status. And I explained to AAT how I came to Australia and all that kind of stuff. And then it's like, oh, you're a refugee. So I went back to the department, and the department went and knocked me back on bad character. So now that's where I'm at, bad character.
What is the AT?
AAT is like you pretty much go there. Like if the department knock you back on saying that they can't give you your visa, you have to go to you have to go to a court, and it's like they say it's independent, but I don't believe it's independent because I've been.
So that is Australian Immigration Tribunal, is it?
Yeah, they're not independent. They're corrupt. I've been in detention center 4.5 years. They're not independent. So I went to AAT, and that's just the same thing. They just said that first they said I was a refugee, and then I went to find the refugee status. Now they're saying, oh, bad character. So now that's where I'm at, bad character.
Right. And do you know if your family is affected by the same scenario? Is there any one of them a citizen, or are they still under the visa that he came to Australia?
Now, all my family, they're all citizens. They all been affected by it. My mom has got like mental health that she's suffering from because of what happened in Sudan when the war, you know. So she's getting like she hear voices, so she have to go on medication for it. Because I'm the only son, I'm the one supposed to take care of my mom, you know. So I'm not there. So my older sister, is actually taking care of her at the moment. And sometimes, because my older sister got 2 jobs, and she work, and she can't keep an eye on my mom. And sometimes they forget that my mom, she ran out of meds, and she doesn't want to tell my sister because my sister, she's always working. Like, she doesn't want to pressure my sister. So she started hearing voices and all that. And then when my sister actually get onto it, like, oh, she's hearing voices, my sister will be like, oh, did your medication finish? And then she'll be like, yeah. She'll like, come here and tell me. She'll like, no, I just don't want to push you, you know? So my sister have to go and leave her job, and then she have to go and get the medication for her.
That is challenging, yes. All right. So were you before coming to detentions, were you in the prisons, or where were you? Or were you literally taken from the community to the detention center?
No, I was in prison. I've been going to prison since I was probably 17, in and out of prison because I was abusing drugs.
How long? How many times have you been in prison?
I don't know. I've been sentenced, like prison term. I've been sentenced twice. The rest just remand, like, and get out on bail. So probably more than 10 times.
So back to your visa status. When you were going to the magistrate, like when you go to the courts and the courts sentence you to some time in prison, was there anything mentioned about your visa being cancelled after you serve your sentence? Or were there anything mentioned that after serving your sentence, you would be taken to the detention?
No, because my lawyer tried to mention that to the judge that my visa would be canceled if I get more than 12 months. But the judge ended up giving me 15 months, and I got another 5 months on a different case. So I ended up with 20 months. So, yeah. So
the whole bill up.
Yeah.
Right.
I got 20 months all up in prison.
Right. So how long have you been in the detention for?
4.5 years. I came 2008, April 6, 2018.
And Northern, was Northern your first detention center you went to?
No, it was Melbourne. There was a detention center in Melbourne. Used to be in High Point. That one is shut down. That one was worse because as soon as I got there, I got sick. It used to be small and it used to be dirty.
Yeah.
And it used to be like 20 people in one room.
Wow.
Yeah. So they shut that one down. And then I was there for only like a week. and then they bring me here.
Right.
Because
so you've been remaining in Northern for a while now.
yeah, because they thought I was a troublemaker since I came from prison. So yeah.
Okay. So you got into that detention, but you've been really behaving. So your character is really improving a lot.
Yeah, when I first came here, like I got into a bit of incidents, but it's been like 3 years now. I haven't had no incidents.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's move on. What kind of support do you get now at the moment from the government? Is there any thought of counseling, any thought of other supports that will make your life better if you come out one time?
Me, I already got like support, like family support. My mom's church, they're willing to get me a job and all that kind of stuff. But in here, there's nothing at all. Like you got out, there's no counseling. You just pretty much sitting around, doing nothing. 95% of people doing drugs. Me, what keep me busy is just training. I just go to gym because I've been doing drugs since I was probably 14, and I stopped doing that when I was 23 years old. So I've been clean since then for like 6 years now.
Wow.
And I just want to focus on that and get out to be a better person, you know.
How did you get yourself in that situation before going to prisons and all that? Were they in the high school or something else?
Because I came with my sister, we didn't have like someone to guide us, like an older person. We're all the same age. My twin nephews, they were the same age as me. And my older sister at the time, like she's the only woman, and she tried to reach out in the community, like people that are related to us. Like some of them, like they call themselves my uncle. So she's trying to reach out to them and tell them that at the time, if they can teach us how to be men.
Yeah.
So nobody done anything. So I just left him and just. Yeah,
you find yourself with no any mentorship and all that.
Yeah.
No one really looking onto you.
Yeah.
That's right. So did you find yourself among the other fears who are the South Sudanese background as well, struggling the same way you were struggling?
Yeah, I got like one of my cousins. He passed away 2005. Me and him were really close. And mostly just Aussie boys, just hanging around with the boys from primary school, the one that we went to primary school with. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because when I came to Australia, I was living in Toowoomba.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So what can you tell the other the people of your age category and other younger people who are emerging in the community at the moment? Because the South Sudanese community has got a lot of the younger populations among the other migrant group. What can you tell the parents and the community members and the kids who are struggling out there?
It's pretty much like try to understand them, sit down with them and try to let them be open up to you and not always being judging them and that. Just and always try to find because the best thing to have is like to have our own community youth, you know. Like if we have like African youth thing we can go to instead of Kawaja, because Kawaja they don't understand our pain. They can only feel sorry for us.
Yeah.
But they don't understand what we've been through, you know. Like if we have like a Sudanese youth place and have all them African workers there, they pretty much understand where we came from, and they will relate to our story when you tell them, you know, because we pretty much all came from the same place, and that's South Sudan, you know. And during the war and all that, we all been in refugee camps, and we all pretty much experience the same, but different. We all walk in different paths, you know.
Right. So,
yeah.
Cook, if the Australian government made up their mind today that they want to let you go back to the community, what would you wanted to do to give back to the community that has been looking down to you?
For me, like right now, even I mentor my little cousins, the ones that were born in Australia. They're like 17 now. one of my nephews is finishing his school in a couple of weeks. So I just want to be a mentor towards the young people, because I've been through. I pretty much done it all, and I don't mind sharing my story to the youngest,
Youngest people.
Yeah.
Great. So, what would be your opinion if the Australian government also say today, Cook, we're gonna move you back to South Sudan? So, do you think that's a country that you have never been to when you were 12 years old? And pretty much
I never really live in Sudan. Like, yeah, if they want to deport me, like I say, they should deport us to Kakuma because that's where we came from. That's where we pretty much know. That's Kakuma. Sudan, South Sudan now is South Sudan. It used to be one Sudan.
Yeah.
So we don't know that. I don't know that place really. The place that I probably know is probably Yei and New Site, and they're no longer there.
So pretty much you spend most of your life in Australia, and you are Australian. And when you migrate to Australia, in the visa you have recalled in that travel document that you were given by the United Nations.
Yeah,
it's mentioned underneath that this person will remain in Australia indefinitely.
Yeah.
So why do you think the government is cancelling such kind of the legal entity given by the United Nations and the human rights group, for you as a person who migrated as a refugee? Another place, there's no other place that it's only Australia that and the only country that So why would they cancel that and then keep you now in detention indefinitely?
I really don't know what's the reason. Like, I don't want to saying that they've been targeted because they really didn't understand us. They just pretty much put the law, They should have spoke to our community, everybody background should have spoke to them and let the elders decide what they should do with us, They should just they should not just cancel our visas without giving us a chance and giving us to our community leaders and deal with us first. If their community leaders can't deal with us, they can pass that to immigration, and the immigration can decide whether to send you back, So because you have been given a chance. But to hold someone in a detention center and you're not sending them back, you're just leaving them in the loop, like what they're doing to us for 4.5 years now. Some of them here 8 years. And it's not, I never heard, it's something that I never expected, So, yeah.
So, do you think the government has made a mistake when
they made
when the migration was open and then they have not educated everyone who come to Australia what is the rule of law and what are the values of Australia and all that when you come to this country?
To me, they really made a big mistake. It doesn't take 8 years or 4.5 years to decide whether to send someone back. In America, they're not even good at human rights. It maximum to keep someone in detention center is a year, or give them a bail. Australia, they've done is inhuman. I've seen 2 people die since I've been here. A good friend of mine got killed like a couple of months ago. In here, he got stabbed.
In the detention center?
In detention center. And another one, 2019, a kid hanged himself.
In the same place?
Yeah, so for me, the government has made a big mistake, and they should own to that, And the life that other people has lost is they're never gonna be bring back, and the life that we lost, the time that we lost, is never gonna be replaced back, So even if we get out today, we need mental health, because for me, for the last 4 years, I've been tortured slowly, because if you wanna, it's torturing, You just leave someone there for not doing nothing, no activities. All you can do is just do a point for $60 and buy smokes. Because I don't smoke, I just give my smokes away.
How is the treatment? How is the treatment in the detention center? How are you being treated? And
Yeah,
how are people of your same category group from the South Sudan background or African background being treated?
our treatment is bad. I got my room searched in 3 weeks twice. In less than 2 weeks twice. I had to put complaint form.
Why?
And
Why you said?
first they says the target, they're looking for a weapon, and then they didn't find a weapon, and then they came back a week later just searching, and then I put in a complaint form to the circle. Circle came back and said that they didn't do anything wrong, and then I had to give that. The complaint form that I put in, I have to give to my lawyer, and then I have to send one to the send it to some company as well. Yeah, as well. Yeah.
So what is your mental health status at the moment, since you say there are no counselors on site and no any government support in regard to mental health issues?
Now, for me, I'm suffering from PTSD. Past trauma.
So do you think the same impact that you are feeling your mom is going through, because she's always thinking about wherever you are and all that?
Yeah,
are they being given any support in terms of communication to you and all that?
No, I just talk to them on the weekend. They stop asking when I'm coming out because I just tell them that I don't know when I'm coming out, so they stop asking. But we just talk almost every day. Yeah.
So literally, you don't know when you are being taken back, so you are literally staying there.
Yeah. Like for me, they said that they can't send me back because I applied for protection visa. I even told my lawyer, I don't know why I applied for protection visa when I came here under UN.
Yeah. It shouldn't be going under protection visa, because if your visa indicated that it should remain in Australia indefinitely on the permanency, then there's no point of that.
Yeah. And they said they can't because I applied for protection visa. They said my refugee status. They said they can't send me back. They can't send me back to Sudan. So now I'm on one of them definite detention.
Okay. So what can you tell the new government minister under the Home Affairs and the Migration Minister under the current Albanese government, who is looking after all these problems? Now, there was a law that was signed in 2021 that keep all the detainees into the detention center indefinitely. So would you hike the minister to change that law?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, there's nowhere in the world that you can hold someone definitely, unless that Australia is not Australia should not be in a UN talking about human rights against China by locking their citizen up in detention. They have the same problem here, So fix your human rights first. Fix what you're doing in your country first before you go and speak about other people's country, But they should change the law by giving everybody a chance. But locking up somebody for definite detention is not a way to go. Try to find them a different country if you don't want to let them out, or else just give them a chance. And
so literally you're just living a life in the detention center, a life which you don't know when you're going to be free and all that. Does that really affect all your overall health?
I try to just keep myself busy by training. So I just try not to focus about it, because my next step is just that because they said they can't send me anywhere, either they send me to a different country. That's what I want to ask for, or else, because it's better just because if you can't find anywhere out safe, letting people out on bail, like America, like if they can't send you back, they let you out on bail so you can report it to migration and also work. Those things they're there, but they're not there for Sudanese. They're saying that because we went in, they put us in the same category with the islanders.
Okay.
So they put us 501. It's not for us. We're supposed to be a refugee. We came in under UN. That's another thing that they messed up. They put us with the New Zealanders. 501 is for New Zealanders, but we're supposed to be under UN. So when you apply for protection, it says under it comes with a bridging visa.
Yeah.
So the workers here, they say that, you can't get a bridging visa because you're a violent offender.
Yeah.
Or you went to jail or you went to prison for fighting. And they've done that because majority of Sudanese, they're all in here for fighting,
Okay.
So, yeah.
So in regard to going back to the community, if you are given a chance today, do you consider yourself as a reform and you have rehabilitated yourself and because you have gone through that experience so many times, would you call yourself a change of agent to go and change and talk to the new young people about your experience all the time?
I need for me, I'm not gonna lie, I need a mental health. I need a psychiatrist because what I've seen in here, what I've been through in here, is something that I can't just put behind me. Like if I get out now, like I'm gonna be, because I'm suffering from PTSD. So this is gonna be add on my top of my PTSD. So now I'm gonna, whenever I'm out, like it's gonna trigger that, and then whenever, say if you see a police, you're just gonna run for no reason, and that's gonna put me in trouble. So what they should do with people like me or other people, they should get them psychiatrists, get them some help, in the
rehabilitations and all that.
Yeah, and also like talking to the youth in the community is something I always look forward, because I talk to my community now. Like I'm involved in try to get involved talking to the youth and that in my community. So yeah.
Good job. So what can you tell now as a last nearly ending of our interview? So what can you tell to the community members where you are hailed from, the South Sudanese themselves, the African in general, about the experience that you've been through?
It's just to give us sit down with the young people, try to understand where they come from, don't judge them, and also our community, whenever a kid open his mouth and tell the kids their life story about what's going on with them, about their drug habit, our community, they seem like they're going to spread it around.
Yeah.
But they should keep that, because a kid trusts you, and that's why I open, that's why I open to you, So whenever you find a young Sudanese open to an adult Sudanese, that adult should actually keep it to himself and try to help the kid instead of going around and spread it, let everybody know about what's going on. And that's a big problem that we have, and that's why a lot of the kids don't trust our community.
Right. Are there so many South Sudanese in the northern where you are at the moment, or African?
Yeah, there's a lot. We are like the number 2, the New Zealand Islanders, and then the African.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So what age category would you say? Are there older people, or are they mostly your young age of your age?
There's kids here. The people should not be here like kids, like Sudanese kids. Yeah, like probably 18. Yeah. they're taking their life. This is the time that is supposed to be out and enjoying themselves and also work and focus on the future. But they've been locked up for so many years now.
So the migration minister will need to do some work on this to bring an intervention into what is happening.
Yeah, and they gotta remember too, like most of us came here really young, and Australia is where we find is our home. And a lot of us came here not in the right age, and the one that came here got a bit like me. I got my age pushed up. My age supposed to be my real age is down, but most of these kids, and that's what I say, like when you can see on their face, like they're young,
Right.
And they just seem lost, and yeah.
It's been a great moment speaking to you, Akok, and that is Akok Granga Akok, who is now in Northern Detention Center, has been there for 4.5 years, being put behind bars, exactly the same as behind bars, being in jail or in prison.
It's worse than jail.
Yeah, so Akok has shared his experience, and we'll talk more to the rest of the South Sudanese who are in detention center. Thank you so much, Akok. Our interview came to an end. And we'll get in touch. Thank you.
All right, bye.
Thank you, bye. My name is Majoka. Could you please tell us your name again, your full name?
My name is Malwal Manjok.
Very good. And Malwal, how old are you?
I'm 36.
Beautiful. And where are you located at the moment in Australia?
I am at Brisbane, by the detention center at Pinkenba in Brisbane, in Queensland.
Right. Good. When did you migrate to Australia?
I moved to Australia in 2004. We came here on the we came here at April the 9th, 2004 from Kenya through the Kakuma refugee camp.
Good. And did you migrate here with your mother, your father, or any other relatives that came with you?
Migrate here was my cousin, Nyan Tendao. She put me in the form when the process started in Kakuma, the UM. So because of the life was tough over there, and as you know, we all been displaced in Sudan because of the war. So I came to Kakuma to try to do some studies, and my cousin put me in the form. So I came with her, with 4 children, his brother, and me. So we came to Australia together.
And where are they living currently?
They live in Melbourne.
Good. So now you live in Australia. You came from 2004 with some of your relatives. Are you an Australian citizen, or are you a South Sudanese? You holding a South Sudanese citizenship?
No, actually, I don't hold any citizenship. The South Sudan, because when we were left as Sudan is one country, and after that we didn't have any citizen at all. And when I came here, there's a delay happened with my process, so I didn't get my citizen. So I was a permanent resident, trying to get my citizenship, but then the thing happened and the rule changed on my process to get my citizen. But the rest of the family members, they're Australian citizen. It just I had some difficulties to get my citizen on the right time, but I was on my way to doing it to be Australian citizen.
Right. Now, moving on to the residency status in Australia. So which visa category did you migrate to Australia? For example, the humanitarian visa, skills visa. Which one do you fall under?
I'm on the humanitarian visa, which is 202.
Good.
And migrant in.
All right. Is your visa still active at the moment, or has been cancelled due to the legislation the migration has imposed on the detainees in the detention centers?
With my visa, actually, it's pretty complicated because what happened is, I went outside Australia in 2014, and what happened because the rule changed early in 2014. So when you step outside the country and you try to come back, basically once you left, your visa is already revoked. So what it is, it put you on lawful citizen for the country. So when I came back, 2 days later, they told me your visa has been seized, and they said we can grant you the border visa to enter back to the country. So what happened there is give me 30 days to fix it. So in that time frame for me to try to fix it, I went to immigration the next day to try to pay the fee. It was about 130. They told me you need to go into your GP to sign some paperwork, and then you can come back and we'll fix it, and then we can renew, and then we can give you back your resident status. So I tried to do that, and the GP was already being booked. So the 30 days expired. When the 30 days expired, immigration never noticed me back that your visa is being provoked, so you need to fix this as soon as possible. So I never get that. So what happened when I got in trouble in 2016? I went to prison, and then 2 years later, I got a notice from the Home Affairs that you are interest of immigration, that you don't have any resident status, which means that you are unlawful citizen for the country. So if you finish your sentence, you have to be detained. Until you fix that, then you can go back to the community. But because the laws have changed, whether if I had a residence status and you stay in prison over 12 months, your visa get canceled automatically. That was in immigration law. So with my situation that I'm in detention center is my residence status. That's what bring me here, because they don't have any visa to cancel because I'm already unlawful. So I'm just waiting now to try to get my residence status. If I get my residence status, then it'll be Australia Home Affairs to decide whether they can cancel my visa again. But I'm already under the laws of detention, which is 501, visa cancellation. So for your question, basically, it linked to the visa cancellation anyway. So if I had residence status, my visa would be canceled automatically, and I was still going to be here.
Right. So literally your visa was canceled because you traveled outside Australia with the travel document that you had, and that was your permanent residency, which you came under the humanitarian category. So is that the reason as to why you went to the prison as well?
Nah, the reason I went to prison is I had an argument with my girlfriend, and what happened there. So I went to court, and the court made the decision, and then I got sentenced. So with the charge that they were trying to charge me, they didn't get me on that charge because it wasn't that. Right. So they got me with GBH with intent, that I was convicted for that. So to do time. That's the reason I went to prison. It's just sort of a domestic sort of family, girlfriend and boyfriend sort of stuff. Yeah.
Right. So where these incidents happened before you depart in 2004, you left Australia, and then when you came back, then the migration picked it up from the airport straight away, or was it after?
After the incident happened in 2016.
Okay.
So but because what happened is immigration never, all the time that I was outside, seeing 2014, 2015, 2016, till that's when I go to prison, immigration never get me any letter saying, oh, you need to fix your visa. I would be able to fix it. Whether if I end up in jail, then I wouldn't have that issue with residency status. We'll be just working as a visa cancellation. But right. This is like a true thing right now. Yeah.
Okay. So how long were you in prison for?
All right. I was sentenced to 7 years, but my sentence was that I was told to do 80% of my time. 80% of my time is 5.5 years bottom. But basically the time that I've done is more than there's 2 months ahead of it. It's supposed to be 5 years and 6 months. But I end up getting out 5 years, 9 months after that. So right. That's when they give me my parole. Yeah. So they give me my parole, but they say you have to go to detention because you don't have any travel document that allowed you to go back to the community. So you have to go and fight it. Once you get your residence status, there's address that was approved by the parole board in Queensland that was saying that you're not rich as a community. The problem is, it's just you don't have any papers that you're residency. That's why we're going to detain you until you fix that problems.
Right. So when you were charged by the magistrate in the court and you were sentenced to 70 years imprisonment, did the magistrate mention to you when you got out in the jail, your visa would be cancelled? Or did they mention to you after you got out in the jail, you would be taken to the detention center?
They never told me that. They never told me that your visa will be cancelled, because what was going on is they didn't look into that the cancellation of the visa. And with the parole board in Australia, they just decided, okay, because this person is gonna finish his time. Once he does his time, they will check within that time frame to see if this person is a citizen or non-citizen. So when they knew that I was non-citizen, they inform you ahead of time before your parole, 4 years before your time, so you can try to get the lawyers or legal help to work on that. But they knew that I came here as a refugee, as humanitarian, but because of that sentence, because if you're not a citizen and the law changed after 12 months, even 6 months, after 6 months, they still have to cancel your visa. But they let you know earlier if you're doing that long time, so you can get your lawyers and you can fix that before you get released. So some people can get their visa while they're still in prison, but sometimes a delay depends on the circumstances that they might need you in prison to go to like passport office that are done last month. So you have to be out of prison to go to detention to fix some other paperwork that wouldn't be able for you to do it if you're in prison under the correction service.
Right. And how long have you been detained for now?
Yes, I've been here since May the 4th, when I was released, and today is September the 12th. So this month I'll be 4 months. On the end of this month, I'll be 4 months in detention.
In detention center. So where were you before you went to the prisons? Were you based in Queensland or somewhere in Victoria? Is that where you were living with your cousins?
Melbourne.
Melbourne. Okay. So what kind of support?
I'm from
Melbourne. Right.
Yep.
Okay. What kind of support do you get from your family now in the prison? Do you have any legal supports and any other support that you might need?
Yes, the family they look into the lawyer when I informed them in 2019 that I have issues now with immigration. They might cancel my visa. So the family, they had a meeting and they will try to get a legal representative from immigration law. So there's a lawyer. So I got a private lawyer in Melbourne that the family paid for. So that lawyer is working on my case and the family as well. So, but you see, everything is all difficulties, as you know, our situation as African, how we came here, because sometimes work is really hard and everything is to get delayed because of financial problems and that and support. But in terms of that, my family, they try their best to do the MI they could. So at the moment, we're just waiting for the decision to be made, whether the Australia are going to give me my residency status back. Now, when they give me my status back at the tribunals, if they decide to give it to me, then it's going to be a decision whether, if there's any reason the Australian government want to cancel my visa again, if I'm a risk to the community. But if I'm not a risk to the community, then I should be released when they say, yes, you got your visa status, because I'm already at detention and there's no other law that once you've been detained, you already under that 501, which is not was the 501 actually wasn't for any migrants. Anyone came under humanitarian visa. I know it came under New Zealand. But that legislation is something that I'm really happy for you guys too, the one fighting for us in the community, to look into that, because we don't have a country that we were coming from. And for someone like me, even if I go now to say South Sudan, my paperwork, the one that I got here is, it says Sudan. Just 1 second. I'll grab something 1 second.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. As you can see, that's it will be hard for the light that you won't be able to see, but that's the paperwork that we used to come from Africa. Since they got that say the document of yeah. So I got the copy for it. The lawyers find it and they got it under the through my gaps and all that.
And you look, so, if you look under and beneath it down there, it say this person will remain in Australia indefinitely, isn't it? In that paperwork.
That's right. Yep, that's right. It is. Yep, it said here, as a person of remain in Australia indefinitely. That's right there.
Yep.
After we arrive on the, yep, that's there.
Yep.
So it's there.
So that give a question. Just give a question to the immigration who are in the migration authorities who are canceling the humanitarian entrance immigrants to the country. Why would they, disregard the statements in that particular document? And that is part of the human rights, that granting you the safe haven to come to Australia because you have no other country where you wanted to migrate to. And apart from that, you were taken from the refugee camp to come to Australia. And that's why the document indicated that you should remain in Australia indefinitely. So what makes you go now to the detention centers is one of the key things that some of us don't understand. After you serve your life, your time in the prison, you have completed the sentence, you should have been allowed in the community and given some thorough intervention. Either rehabilitation, you should have been doing that rather than being in the detention center. So it's one of the key questions that I was asking now. And 501 seem to disregards that status of the humanitarians entering to the country. Yeah. So now, did the migration tell you how long you're gonna be there?
Nah, they don't really tell you anything yet, especially the Australian Border Force, which is ABF. If you didn't sign that you want to leave the country, then you can stay in detention how long you want, because if they can't let you into the country, then you can be here for how long. There's some people that was here. This was one guy that was here, he's Iraqi, was here with me in this room, but he been moved to different block. They've been here for 6 years, going to 7 years in detention. I don't know the situation. So they never tell you how long you'll be here, but it's going to depend if you get any help from your community or any lawyers fighting this case, because we all here with different circumstances. Like some people got different visa. Like, for example, most of the people that are detention center are from New Zealand and Samoa and Tonga, the island Pacific, and Papua New Guinea, if they don't have any citizenship, because their status in Australia, some came here for work and some came for temporary visa. But if you got into trouble, that's why that laws came off of 501, because they came here so they know that if you do any mistake, we can deport you back. Because where you came from, you didn't have a war. So you don't have any story to tell us that we can keep you in the country. So New Zealand doesn't have any war. Tonga, there's no war. Papua New Guinea and all that sort of stuff. But because of our situation now, you're right, because a lot of people ask me, even here, they say, we don't know why you're here. because you shouldn't be here from the first place. You shouldn't be here because from the first place because you're not under the 501, and the things with you is a residency status. So you didn't receive, even say your visa was canceled. But if it was residency status, they're supposed to release you first to the community because you're under supervision, and your lawyer can say, yes, I need my client to get out at a detention center and go back to the community, and we're gonna work for residency status while he's in the community because it came under humanitarian visa as a refugee, as you can see. Because I didn't really notice all the time that we came to Australia that I didn't even try to notice exactly what it said there, and that's really something very important.
Very important.
Something really very in detail,
Yeah.
The permit to remain in Australia indefinitely.
Yes.
And that's what it is there. Because it's a one-way travel document.
Exactly. Yes.
Australia.
Yes.
So it's something that you see. My joke that's with these things is always you gotta get under the good laws. What I was gonna do as well after this is it would be good for me to introduce you to my lawyer because I think she need to know more if she's gonna take this trial. Because with all these things, a lot of people lose case, but it's hardly for African to lose case. But we need our people involved because that can change the law for anyone that came under humanitarian visa. Because what is in the paper there, because they probably didn't see it. These lawyers, they don't know, and someone have to point it out at them. Because these people, they shouldn't be detained anywhere. Because you don't pick people up from refugee camp and drop them in refugee camp again because it's under human right.
Yep.
So I'm really happy for the interview today, and so on. Anytime too, you can call me and then we can talk. A lot of stuff need to be done because I've been only here 4 months, but there's a lot of things that are not right, but no one's speaking up for it in here.
Yes, Malwal. A lot of young people who knew you in around Australia talk about your social life, being a great DJ, hosting a great event for the communities and all that. Is this something that you think Australia hasn't valued from you? You were part of the community mentoring young people, and you find yourself right now in the wrong place. Is that something that you're regretting happened to you? And what can you tell to the young people that you have left in the community?
Yes, it's a good question, Majoka. What I can tell all my South Sudanese youth and the young generation is not to take this life as granted because we're very grateful to be in this country. But what I can tell them is to stay out of trouble because the way I went there, it's not everyone can survive it and come back clean. What helped me the most, I went there as an adult. I went there when I was 30. But with a young kid now, to be detained at a youth detention center, they're like 17, 16, 15. There's nothing else they know. Some of them, they were born here. But because you come to adapt to the lifestyle here, all you know is your friends that from Australia. And what they're doing is what you could do. You might be just African as just in the body, but as far as your brain here is just all about you Australian.
Yeah.
And a lot of kid lost. So all I could tell them, please, just stop anything that you're doing that is not possible to be doing. Just try to be grateful to your parents. They brought you to this planet Earth, and they brought you from Africa, and they give you everything you need until you be adult. So all you need to do your studies. There's a lot of doors open out there. For what I've done, I regret it. It's unfortunately because it's something that I didn't plan. And it affects a lot of people that know me because that's not my character. I'm not a person ever think about hurting anyone. I was a peacemaker, as everyone knows in the community. So all these 6 years I've been away, when I just pop up on the social media, people think like, where this guy coming from? Because no one knew where I were. But there's nothing that I can hide from my community and my people and my little brothers and sisters. and the whole general South Sudanese, that I don't want them to go through what I went through. And all I can do is life is hard, but we have to keep carry on and do the right things. What we need to do is the right things. We got a bad image, but it's not us South Sudanese doing everything right like the whole Australia. So don't get that image that someone tell you South Sudanese are troublemakers. It's not like that. Don't took it that yes, we are the troublemakers, and then and you try to make a name. So that making name being someone you're not, it doesn't work out. You ain't up gonna come back to your senses, and then you say, you know what? This wasn't me. I was trying to follow someone's footsteps. So all I can say to all the Sudanese kids and the youth, don't be a follower, be a leader. So don't follow any negative events and the negative vibes. Just be yourself and find what's your purpose in life. Yeah.
Great. So what can you tell the parents who are having trouble, bringing their little ones and the young people finding themselves in trouble every day? Do you think these thought of behaviors that is taking children away from their families to the juveniles to the detentions is coming from the parent?
Yes, I can say that. I can say that, and it's something that I was gonna address if Australia give me a second chance and be back to our community. It is something that I need to tell my community, because we start focusing on ourselves as the parents, and we forgot about the kids. So we're not seeing what the kid doing behind doors, what time they come home. And the reason I say that is sometimes we do social event like weddings, but then sometimes it's not all the kids that can go to the wedding or something like that. That event go until 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. We have to be careful if these kids, when we are away, are they at home or they're not? Because when you're a kid, there's a lot of ways that you can try to get there and come back to the house while you don't notice. What I want us to do as a community is to try to be there for our kids, especially if the kid that plays sport. The kid might ask you, "Hey, Dad, can you come to my game today?" But you say you're not showing up, because for you to show up there to make that kid proud, oh, that's my dad watching at the sideline there. It's something good. They say, "Hey, Mom, can you take me to the volleyball? Or you do this thing for me, or I want you to spend weekend with me." All that sort of thing. These are the kids, because the kid, if you keep rejecting them like that, they keep recording it. And after that, they start giving up. They say, "My parent don't listen to me." So it's something that we need to talk to the kids as a parent. And what do you guys like to do? What's it is, because they need a lot of activities that they need to be done. What I would think as well that we need our kids to involve a lot is our culture. Our culture is very important. There's a guy, Marcus Garvey, you probably know him, is African American. He wrote a lot of novels. And he had a quote that he always wrote on Bob Marley cases, all the CD case. And it said there, the people without the history or the original, people without the history of their origins, it's like a tree without the roots. Yeah. So people doesn't know where they come from, they don't know where they're going. And it's like a tree. If the tree doesn't have a roots, the root don't go under the ground, that tree is not going to grow. So with the culture background is one of the things that we need to practice in our community as our South Sudanese communities, because it's getting out of hand. And if I have a chance like this to talk to you, it's a very important message for them to know as well, because sometimes you can go live on Facebook, but it's good that people can know that, yes, this is coming from actually this part of this person is detention center. It's someone that you guys used to know before. And this is what is seeing there. and it's affecting me as well. So I'm not happy that my little brothers are getting detained because it wasn't like this before. All the detention centers are all full. And it's just something that we have to address. We're not going to be scared as parents because this is what I hear in the community.
Yeah.
That the kids are violent, they're killing us, they want to kill us. These kids, they leave your house. Your son will leave the house and go do whatever you want to do. I'm not trying to put people under the bus that we are the one doing the wrong thing. But if that thing is happening, you don't need to be scared of your kid.
Yeah.
They come back to the house, they leave the house, they go do what they do, and they come back to that house. It's not someone else's kid, it's your kid. But he respected you. So if he respected you, I don't think that he have that right to go and do other damage thing if you tell him, don't do this, kid, because there always going to be consequences and everything. So, and there's always a solution.
Have you met any South Sudanese in the detention center where you are at the moment?
Yes. I live here with a couple of the brothers, but they might be outside because they're doing some activities.
How many?
Yeah, but I met a couple of them.
How many?
All right. As a South Sudanese in this detention, I think we are 5 of us. So there are 3 of us in
18 years old?
Yeah, they're all there 20s and over. So
Okay.
Because youth detention, I reckon, because there's no one that is under that the boarding detention center. So once you're adult, that they can bring you here. Actually, we have. I think we have 5 in here, and we got Anyang Luala Anyang is in the city at the Meriton Hotel as well. So being detained, it was here, but they moved him to the hotel.
So the hotel is a detention center as well?
Yeah, it is a detention center as well. I never seen if there's other African Sudanese that I know is there, but he told me it's only him there is a Sudanese. But I know there's African and the other nationality. But as a South Sudanese is the only one there. It's a detention as well. Yeah.
Okay. So pretty much South Sudanese are in detentions everywhere around Australia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another thing, another thing that I was going to add as well is a situation that the people that at the hotels is pretty hard. That's why I said before here, detention. It's not right the way, because it's a hotel, they don't have anywhere to go. So it's a room like this, and you just stay in the room. So it could be a month for them to bring them where we are to come to just walk for 20 minutes, and they take them back to the hotel. And that is not really good for the human mind to keep people in that place. I spoke to the ABF here because I told them you guys can bring it where I am, and I'll put a form in. But they end up taking them in the hotels. There's a space here. And I didn't see the reason that they have to take him somewhere else. He could stay with me in this room. But they end up didn't bring him and they put him there.
How long has it been detained there for? Do you know?
Yeah, it's been, I think it's going to 2 months now. It came up to me. So it's been there 2 months.
Okay.
In the hotel. Yeah.
Any other?
And I'm pretty sure you've been.
Any other South Sudanese you know in the detention center there that has been there for a long time?
Yes. I'm here with Patrick. Patrick is in the room next door to me. Patrick been here for 5 years. And
right.
Yeah, it's something that not really
after this interview, would you please pass my message to those Patrick and any other South Sudanese there that I want to speak to them as well?
Absolutely.
Right.
If I knew before, if I did let you know before, I would let him. They will come here and have a talk to you as well.
Good.
But we can organize that. I can organize that, and then you guys can have the same video. You can do it on my phone or whether he is as well, and then you can interview him, and then you can interview another young fellow. He's young, but he just got here as well. He's here with us.
Yeah.
So you can talk to him as well. It's not Denka with South Sudanese as well, but yeah. But, I met him before in prison, and then it came here.
What can you tell me about your overall health, your mental well-being, and your general health wellness? Is it getting affected?
Yes. With the situation as you know, like up here, it's not that it's not easy. But for me, all I try to do is try to stay strong. The way I'm coping with the mental issues is just my exercise. Because I do a lot of training, a lot of boxing, to just keep my mind sharp. So that's the only way. But in terms of missing family, and that is one of the biggest things. So I haven't seen the family for a very long time, and so it's one of the things that have a effect a little bit in that part. But I'm trying to stay strong. But it's time is hard here, and I wouldn't try to lie and say everything is easy, because there's nothing easy. As you can see, this room is 3 people. This is how big it is that you can see behind me. That and then bang, this is 1 bed.
Yeah.
And this is 2 people, 1 here, 1 out. So it's a very small place. So it's a tough living. And
Right.
I don't think if Australia can hear, if they can hear this message, is I don't think it's right to detain people when they already done their time. They done the time that they were told to be doing, and they did the right things, especially people like us. For me to get released in prison and give me my paroles, it's just the way I manage myself.
Yeah.
All I was doing is study and training, and I never have any incidences. I try to just not causing any problems, because I went to prison because of violent related incident.
So pretty much
So
you have learned a lessons and you have improved a lot.
Yeah, I improve a lot.
Mm.
And that's what's impressed for the parole board. They say we granted you your paroles. But if it wasn't, you have anything to do with your paperwork, then you're ready to go to the community, because they accept the address and they check the house where I'm going to stay, and they approve it. They talk to the family, say yes. We give him a support. And wherever you guys need him to go, we drive him there to the paroles. We get him a job. So they were happy. And then they say, all right, we'll give you your parole. But then the Australian Border Force come up. So they didn't know that. So when I got granted my paperwork, then the ABF broke up. They say, oh, the ABF just called. So they need to talk to you, something about you to be detained. But I was already aware 4 years earlier that this will happen. Yeah.
Okay, one last question. What can you tell the current Home Affairs Minister, who is also the Immigration Minister in Canberra, and in regard to the humanitarian visa category, which indicate that you should remain in Australia indefinitely, and the reason as to why are you people being subjected to the same 501 visa policy restriction? What can you tell him?
All right. Yeah, what I can tell him is, as a Minister of Home Affairs in Canberra, is that as us, a humanitarian, came under humanitarian visa, which is a refugee visa, that we came as, we didn't have a country when we came here. And as in our document, it's already been said that this person have to remain indefinitely in the country. Yes, we understand. We all make mistakes, and what we can say, we're remorseful for what we have done, but we've done our time. But if we've done our time, and we have that circumstances that we can't be taken back to Sudan, because when we left, we didn't leave as South Sudanese. We left as Sudan, so we don't have any name there as South Sudanese, and we don't have a place, and where to go. Our life would be in a risk. As you can see, it's dangerous there, so it's too risky for us to be deported. Second to that is when we left in Kenya refugee camp in Kakuma under humanitarian. And when we were staying in that refugee camp, we had a welfare card that they give us to give us food and that. That welfare card, when we had that one travel document, that is a one way to Australia, that card was canceled. So for us to be deported. As I could say, and the other rest of the brothers that are here, South Sudanese, if it's go to the point that Australia don't really need us and we don't have any option, is that the only place that you could take us is Kakuma refugee camp? Because this is where we came, this is where we know. But if you take us there, this is gonna be on you because we don't have any card, we don't have any welfare card, so we don't have any something to eat. And is there something that I want them to consider that as a legislation, the 501, it wasn't come under humanitarian, but after there's a little few incident happen, so they add 202, which is humanitarian visa that we came here, they add into it and they say 501, but it wasn't that really something that it was on was considered as 501. So it is something that I really want minister to really consider us, because our living here is pretty rough. It's not really good. It's not on the standard, Australian standard. The thing that they should be done and be more like, if it's detained, then we should have something to do, because we don't have any studies. We don't have any work. Okay, all of us here, some of us came as single, and they don't have someone support them. So lives get really hard here because there's no work. When we're in prison, you can try to find a job, but it make it hard here. So the mental status here for everyone here, everyone is depressed. So someone might think that is okay, but it's not okay there. So you might think now I can say, yes, I'm okay. But deep down in myself, I'm not okay in my head because there's always stress, but you got to try to stay strong. But it will happen opportunities, or we have a second chance to go back to the country. Then we already changed our life the way we used to live, and it's something that we can bring back to the community, because some of us will study, and things that we study there, they can help the community. I've done a bit fair of courses, and the same of the brothers that were behind bars, and they're here. They done what they could to do their time and to try to help in the community. And this all Australian work frame sort of certificate that we done, so you can get you a job and contribute to the community in Australia. So to the minister, I could say I was grateful and I was thankful that I came to Australia. But in life, sometimes you make mistakes in you turn the wrong road. But they say sometimes you get it wrong to get it right. So it's a temptation. Yeah, I'm remorseful for what I've done, but I think I deserve a second chance, and the rest of the people that are detention center to be granted their visas and go back to the community. Thing that I want to say, if there's anything that we have to be put under condition, and then if that condition is something that our community leaders and the Australian government and immigration to work on that, all right, this could be a condition there where they can be in the country back to the community, but they need to do this and follow these things for this certain of time, but they can stay in the country. But it would take them a long time to get whatever they might need, or some they can get on certain period of time. I reckon that would be something good for all the humanitarian and the rest of the people as well in general. So
thank you so much. Thank you so much, Malwal. That is a great feedback to the minister. If the minister would be able to look into this and watch it. Malwal, it's been a very big pleasure that I spoke to you, and we'll wrap up here. And if there is anything that you want to add just in a minute, you can just add it on.
Yeah.
We close. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, thank you, Majoka. Another thing that I want to add is my court is coming up on the 3rd of November. And it's for the tribunal's decision. The decision is going to be based on the community interest with the whole case. So this case is not going to be delayed. So this including the visa, including the residency status. So it is something that I'm looking forward to it. But all the time that I've been here, I maintain my position. I never play up. And I think my community need me, and I miss my community. There's a thing that when I was away, there was lack in my community and the family and Australia in general. So as I'm here, as just my message to the minister, if you could give me a second chance to get myself right, then I'll make it happen. Because I learned a lot behind bars. My mindset changed. I look at the world different perspective. And I want to really engage in the community events and help young kids, especially in the sport, physical fitness and all that sort of stuff. So I would love to help them, try to get them out of the street, try to set to be a youth worker and work with the kid and try to be a role model for the next generation and tell them my story, all my journey, the 6 years I've done. And I'll be really grateful and thank Australia for that.
Good work, Malwal. And that Joe, which you're speaking to Malwal Manyok Munjok from Brisbane Immigration Detention Center. We will come back again next time to Malwal, and we'll talk to him after the migration tribunals decided his case on his residency status. And Malwal, just keep hope alive, and hope the minister will give you a second chance.
Thank you, Majuk. I really appreciate for the hard work you put in for all the community. I'll let all the brothers, all South Sudanese that are there, I'll go and have a word with them in a minute. And if they're really interested to have an interview with you, which is going to be really good, they would like to, I'll be in touch with you, and then I'll make that time. And then you can tell me when they're ready, then they can have a talk, and then they tell you their story too.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Malwal, and have a great day.
You too, Majuk. Have a nice day, brother.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye. Yeah.
My name is Majok Wutchoka. Welcome to today's discussion in terms of the interview. A good three thought of questions that I'm just going to ask you today. Just divide them into three categories. There will be demographic questions, and residency status in Australia questions, and immigration detentions or prisons questions. Introduce yourself to us, please.
Yes, my name is Mr. Achek Akej Achek, currently in Below Detention, Sydney.
Very good. Achek, do you know properly how old are you now?
Born 2nd February 1985, so probably 38.
Good. Do you have any family or any relatives in Australia, Achek?
Yes, I have a family here. I have my mother, sister, brothers, stepmothers. Yes, I do have all my family here in Australia.
So you have a huge extended family.
Yes, and my brother is currently now here in Sydney, and he's happy and willing to live with me if I'm released.
Is your brother in Sydney always visiting you in the detentions?
Yes, he always visits me, except when the coronavirus affect visiting.
Okay. So your brother is one of the family committed person in the community.
Yes.
Right. Achek, do you know when did you migrate to Australia with your family? Did you migrate by yourself, or did you came together with your family?
I came together with my family, came to Australia 2004, August, and I settled in Adelaide, South Australia with my mother, brother, and sister.
Where is your mother currently living with your brother and sister?
My brother and sister, they are living in Adelaide. Mother is living with sister, and brother is living with by himself. And he have children with white Australian girl.
Good. And Achek, are you holding any Australian citizenship, or are you holding a South Sudanese passport?
I'm afraid I'm holding none of those, because when I was sent to prisons. They cancel my visa, humanitarian visa. So I'm in Australia a year as a lawful citizen.
So you migrated on the humanitarian visa category.
Yes.
And did you realize under your visa conditions, there is a statement that indicate that this person will travel to Australia and remain in Australia indefinitely? Do you know the reason as to why your visa was cancelled and you were taken away from the refugee to come to Australia for refuge?
Yeah, I don't know the big picture, but what I know is when they introduced Section 501, stating that whoever go to prison more than 12 months is deemed to have a criminal record. And if he's a permanent resident, his visa is cancelled automatic. So that's what happened in my case. So my visa was cancelled 2017 upon my release from prison.
You came on the same document with your mother and your sibling. Are they also affected by the cancellations of the visa?
No, my mother and sister, they're citizen. So I was above 8, so I have to apply for my own citizen, but I haven't applied for it.
Okay. Are you in the detention center at the moment?
Yes, I'm currently in detention center below, since 2017 up to date.
2017 to date, that's around 5 years now.
Yes.
Right. So where were you before coming to the detention center?
I was in Adelaide, and they released me. They took me to transit, and those of transit, they say now your visa is cancelled, so you better go to Sydney and you follow up your case in Sydney.
How long were you in the prison for in Adelaide?
I've been there for 3 years, 2014 until 2017.
So when you were charged by the magistrate, when you appeared in the court, did the magistrate mention to you your visa will be cancelled after you serve your sentence, or you will be taken to the detention center after you serve the sentence?
When I was apprehended, Section 501 was not introduced. So it was introduced when I was in prison 2016.
Right. So you have never been told that your visa will have this condition after you got released from the prisons?
No, nothing like that.
Right. In the detention center where you are at the moment, do you have any other South Sudanese fellows?
Yeah, there are some few South Sudanese. Like in Billowwood, they have about 4 compounds.
Okay.
So a compound called Autumns. I was with 2 Sudanese. One was released to community facilities. He's a disabled person, and one has been transferred to a different compound. And the other one who was here with me is the guy who had incident with me.
Okay. So what kind of incidents that made you go to jail in Adelaide?
It's a common assault, like white Australians swear at me that look at this black monkey, what he's doing at this time. So that paranoid me. And by then I had anger issues. I had mental issues and I did not know. So I react, get sticks and use the sticks. So that was a big deal. And I wasn't taken to prison immediately. So I was taken to police station, did interview, and I was allowed to go home because there was no serious injuries done to the person. So after a while, they let me go to court, and the court did not do much. So the case has been going on in court.
Okay. Back to your life prior to your imprisonments and prior to your detentions, you were known among the young people that has potential to succeed in terms of education accomplishment, in terms of social activity in the community. Do you still have that passion when, if the Australian government decide today to release you to the community?
Yes, I have a purpose why I came to Australia. Although I came to Australia as a young person, and as you had witnessed when we lived together in South Australia, so I had a potential to study, to work, and when these things happened to me, I did not have opportunity to pursue what I was doing, and I'm still willing to do what I want to do, like studies and job upon myself.
Right. You were intending to pursue a law degree in Flinders University. If you are granted a freedom today, would you be able to go to law school again?
Yes, because I've done most of my topics, I left with a few topics. So it would be good if my institution allowed me to complete my law degree, then I'll go for it.
And do you know how long are you getting detained for now?
That's a big question, my joke, and that's why I'm wondering. The way they design Australian detention, they designed it as indefinite. And in my case, I'm the longest detainee who has been in Villawood for long. I've been here it's going now to 6 years. So all the people who have been here, the new faces, all the old faces, people I used to be together since 2017, they are not in here. So I'm just wondering what is really going on in my case. Who is actually handling my case in the immigration department? And I did all I could do. They write to me information. I sent them a lot of information, and up to date, I haven't had anything. So I'm just wondering why they're holding me here.
So what is your family saying about all this hostage, being held hostage in that particular confinements? Is there any sort of mechanism your family is taking?
Unfortunately, my family, they are surprised. They don't have a power. They willing and looking what Australia will do. And their position is, if at all there's no option, instead of you staying in detention, it's better off you go to Africa. That's what my family emphasized. The family back home, not the family in Australia. But the family in Australia, they say, okay, wait and let's see what Australia will decide, especially my brother here in Sydney. I share all the documents with him. He helped me with the writing. He wrote some few submission and is there waiting to see what Australia will decide.
Well, if Australia decide today, the Department of Home Affairs and Immigration decided that they want to give you an option to be taken back home. Literally, you knew nothing about South Sudan, the new country that you just heard about. Pretty much you grew up in the refugee camps, you migrated to Australia from the refugee camp. What do you think would be an outcome if you had to travel to South Sudan or being taken to South Sudan by the Australian government? Do you think you would be accepted as a citizen?
Given the nature of situation, South Sudan is arch, and they are aware of it. So my first option is to be granted a visa and live peaceful life like everyone in the society, like the rest of Sudanese or rest of migrants in the society. Second option, instead of living here in detention, is better off. They let me go to Sudan and live like the rest of Sudanese. Even if it's harsh or bad, it's better off than staying here in detention. What am I doing here in detention? So the first option is to be helped to be granted a visa. And the second option, if there's no visa, then it's better off going back home instead of staying here in detention. Given the few years I live here in detention, life is getting worse. For example, the injuries I get, the stressful situation, I just stay inside the room. I can't do anything. So it's better off change the climate.
So is it unsafe in the detentions, as you mentioned, that you have been injured? Were you assaulted again in the detention center by the detainees or by the security?
Yeah, by the detainee. Basically, it's designed that people should not fight, should not do an illegal things. It's put there as a law. But detainees which are here that are criminal minded, a person may do something off his head. Like the guy who did these things to me, just come to my room and knock my door at night and say, my name is Amal. So as I know it's one of my Sudanese, I opened the door. So and he started acting in a mischievous way until he attacked me and bite me with his teeth with no reason. I haven't discussed anything with him. I haven't done anything with him.
So that's causes serious injuries to you. What did the authorities say about this?
Authority haven't done much. Now they are just following up. So I'm trying to go to court for the court to look into it and what they will do with my damages, injuries I sustained.
Right. And what would you say about your overall health in the detention center now?
Basically, the health is not bad. I'm physically healthy, but sometimes this detention environment is mental torture. Most people are off their head. They do unreasonable things, thinking that they are doing the right thing, but it's horrible things. So most people, they keep on yelling. Some people, they do unnecessary talk. They've been tortured here. So people are not peaceful mind here in detention. Like if you think how long you're gonna be here, you wake up every day, you do the same thing. So it's basically a miserable life.
Right. And what is the treatment in the detention center? Is the safety the first priority for the security sector who are controlling those detention centers? Do you feel safe or unsafe every single time?
Basically, it's safe, but it's not 100% because most of the time we are left to ourselves with detainee. A person might move from his room to your room or from your unit to your unit. So the compound, here, everyone is in his room. So you have to lock your room.
In the last 5 years you've been in the detention center, have you been ever mistreated?
No, some of the officers, they just mistreat people, the way they talk to people, the way they look at you, because they regard us as a bad people, because there's a big stigma in the community. These people are criminal, they are bad, we don't need them. But somebody like me, as you know me, I've never had a criminal type of life or a drug type of life. I'm a straightway person. With a good life. I used to sleep in a good place, eat a good food, hang around with good people, wear good clothes. All those things, that's the sort of life I'm missing now. But the life I'm living now here is a different life.
Very regretful life. So do you feel so regretful on the occasion you were in a high temper and then you committed that common assault and all that? You feel very remorseful now.
I really feel remorseful. If I haven't done that, I would have ended up in such a life, It's a really terrible life, and that's what I wish to be forgiven, because no one is righteous. So,
as an older son of your mother, how is your mother coping with you being in detention center?
It's a big deal in my family. My mother, she's mentally disturbed as an eldest child. For the few years I've been away, she's not comfortable. So it's very stressful to the whole family.
And what can you tell to the young South Sudanese who are misusing their precious time to still continue to violate the common rule of law around Australia. What can you tell them now as a person who has experienced prisons and detention?
Some young people, the life I have experienced is not a good life. I don't want you to end up in this life. Utilize your time. If you mean to study, study. Use your time. If you mean to work, work and get money to support yourself and lead a better life. This is not a good life at all. Once you end up here, there's no guarantee that you will come out or you'll be given a liberty. So liberty used to be good things to me and I did not know. But now I'm being controlled for the last 10 years, 2012 up to date, prison and detention. I can't do anything for myself. I can't enjoy my liberty. So it's very horrible. So I'm telling young people, if you are a Sudanese without citizen, get your citizen. That will help you not to come to a place like detention. And get to know you are Australia and this is not our country. There are people there who doesn't like us. There are people there who like us. So do something better for yourself, not to end up here. Otherwise, if you end up here, you'll miss life. You'll not sleep in a good place. You will not hang around with good people. You not eat a good food. You will end up with a miserable mistreatment like what I had, injuries I shouldn't get. So this is not a good place to live.
What kind of government support do you get in the detention center now?
Yeah, the government basically give basic things like food. They prepare food for us. There are people who should clean. So it's basically a big business. The circle is a business, a non-governmental business by itself. It has its workers, people who cook, people who clean, people who give services like officers.
Right. So if you had an opportunity to talk to the current Home Affairs Minister in Canberra, what would you tell him?
Basically, I would tell them the government have to look into situation of people in detention center. Instead of keeping them in detention center, they have received their case by cases. People who have less cases, they have to be given a chance, given a visa. People who should not be given a visa, they should be given a chance to go back to their countries, like people who had signed up and they're still waiting. There's no reason why people should be held here. If Australia doesn't need people at all, send them home to their country instead of keeping them here. That will relieve Australia from using their budget on these people and clean their hand from these people. Should anything happen to them in their home country, it will not be blamed to Australia. Like people die here in detention. One Africa die here in detention and make a suicide. What is that? Australia held responsible. People like me who get injuries like this in detention center like this, what is it? Australia held responsible because it keep people here. So I'm trying to tell Australia, instead of keeping people here, it's better off they make a decision. Like someone like me here, been here for 5 years, it's better off they make a decision. Why is it hard for Australia to make a decision to give me a visa? If there's a reason they don't want to give me a visa, why is it hard to tell me, okay, you are free to go to your country? So I would like Australia to make a decision instead of keeping people hostage in detention here.
Good. Jack, thank you so much. And if you had anything to tell to this wider South Sudanese community and the African community in Australia, because this is not a phenomenon of South Sudanese themselves, it is affecting the wider African community and other communities who are here in Australia. What can you say in that regard?
What I would say is let us know, we South Sudanese, we did not come here to end up with a miserable life. We came here to make our life better. We came here to study. We came here to work. So the stigma has been put to us that Sudanese are bad people. Not all of us. I believe 3/4 of us, we are capable of doing anything. You can be a witness. We've been together, and look at you now, the position you are in is because you've been given a chance and utilize your chance. The same thing like me, if I see my age mate or my brother like you, I would do something better to be like him, because we have that pride, we have that fear, of being abused, that you are a useless person. It's there in our community. So you have to try your own best to be a better person in your life. Like me now, if I'm free today to go out, I will try my best to put my life back. I will not rely on my brothers or my relative or my friend. I will do something to help my life. And I guarantee that. I'm confident with that. So I'm still young. I will go to factory, find a job and support myself. I will make sure I complete my studies. That is the reason I end up coming here to Australia, to be like my colleagues, to be like my brothers. That is something I'm looking forward.
Thank you, Chuck. And there's a Chuck in detention center in New South Wales. Chuck has been in prison for a few years, 3 years, and now in detention center for the last nearly 6 years at the moment. And this is his message to the wider community. My name is Majok. I'm
Okay.
Herb. And could you please introduce yourself to us again?
Yeah, my name is Alfred Wolmajid Akol. Yeah, South Sudanese,
Okay. Alfred, how old are you?
I'm 43.
43 years old, okay.
Yeah.
And where are you currently located?
I've been located now in Melbourne.
In Melbourne. So which detention center?
MITA. It's called MITA. Melbourne Immigration Transit Accommodation.
Okay. Okay.
MITA North, because we have two MITA. We have South and North.
And North, okay. And MITA North, that's where MITA South, that's where you are. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. And brother, do you have any family in Australia?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have kids.
You have kids?
Yeah, I have wife, I have everything, yeah.
Okay.
I've been long in Australia, I'm going to 18 years now in a couple of months.
18 years. So when exactly did you migrate to Australia? Which
year?
We
got 2004, June 26, 2004. I came to Australia.
So you migrate here with all your family, all your wife and your children. You were born here.
Yeah, even my kids, the last four that was born here, but the two kids I come with them, there's only like 3 years old and 1 year when they come to Australia. Because all the rest they were born here, 4 of them.
Oh, 4 of them were born here.
Yeah, the youngest, the one who was born here now is 17 years, like 2 weeks ago,
Oh, really?
Yeah, like 5 months ago, yeah. 5 months ago, exactly, he was born. 6 months ago, he was born in March 9, 2005.
Okay.
1 year after he was born, yeah. He got born.
Okay. Right. So, are you a Australian citizen or?
No, permanent. Come like humanitarian visa. Just sell a form when I come here.
So you came on the humanitarian visa?
Yep, 202.
Okay, that was a special humanitarian visa. That's right. That's what a lot of South Sudanese came down here with.
Yeah.
Okay, and do you know if your visa is still active or cancelled?
No, it's been cancelled a long time ago. It's been cancelled since 7 of March 2016. It was like 2 weeks before I get out from jail. Yeah, 2 weeks before I get out from jail, I get cancelled.
So that's 6 years ago.
Yeah, 6 years ago. Yeah, 6 years
Okay.
ago. 6 years and a half now since it be cancelled.
Okay. And you say you are in MITA, Immigration Transit Detention Center in Melbourne. How long have you been detained for?
Now all up or just here in Melbourne only?
In Melbourne.
In Melbourne, I've been until December 7. I've been here 4 years exactly in Melbourne. But like I mentioned before, I've been in different facilities. I start because I got released because I'm from Sydney. Actually, I got released from Sydney jail to Villawood. Okay, in Sydney from Villawood, I've been only 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and it took me down to Indonesia, to Christmas Island. I stuck over there for another 2 years, and after that, I come down to Perth in Younger Hill, like 2018, March 2018, 9th or something like that. I've been over there like 6 months, and they burned the place down, and they took me back again to Christmas Island. I've been 3 weeks over there, and after Christmas Island, they sent me down here to Melbourne. And the rest of the boys, they go back to Sydney and Brisbane and back to Younger Hill. But 2 years in Christmas Island, 6 months in Younger Hill, 4 years here.
Wow. That is a massive time spent. A lot of time spent in a lot of places.
Because in jail, I spent like 8 months for drink driving, okay? But it's 12 months. Like 4 months pro, 8 months. After that, when we come back, you have to put something called vacation, because how you can get your visa back, because they give you option, you have to give them, good reason, We give them the good reason. A revocation, he took them. This one is called National Character Consideration Center. The one always, because this one is called I failed character test. This one, they cancel my visa, mandatory cancellation, because already you've been 12 months in jail. Doesn't matter if you appeal it, you didn't appeal it, but already you've been 12 months exactly automatically. It's called mandatory cancellation. Doesn't matter. Yeah,
that's 501 policy. That is
501. Yeah, it's called Immigration Act 1958.
Yes,
it's very confused a little bit, because people, if they didn't realize it, it's very hard, But at the end of the day, that's what to do. But we are a lot of people before, like 5 years ago or 6 years ago. We've been a lot. We're over 400 Sudanese, because I'm one of the delegates for South Sudanese here.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on. Are you saying there were 400 South Sudanese in the detention centers around Australia?
Yeah, we have. That's Sudanese only. We're almost 400 or 500.
Almost 400 or 500.
Yeah.
Are you serious? And were you the oldest among them, or there are some older people?
Yeah, because there's people come before me since 2014. There's people come 2015, and we come because already the law come out 2014 in December. Okay.
Yes.
But there's people before this law, they are already there. Okay. The visa been cancelled. But it's not the way it been cancelled before, because before, when your visa cancelled, they look for all the factors and your relationship to Australia. They let you out, they give you a chance. But after that, when they say these things, and plus, the media sometimes they play a little part. You remember what's happened in Melbourne here, like Apex or stuff,
Yes.
Yeah, that's all make it harder to the people. Like we have a lot, like since here we have only like 15 people only, they go back to South Sudan. But these people, they didn't deport them, just only the sign, because already these people, they keep you here because to think about too, because they can keep you much time they want, but they can't release you because they know in the end of the day.
So 15 people have signed to return to South Sudan. Where they
this one I was in Christmas Island, and I come back here because because I have the list in that time, I have the list, all the Sudanese, we are a little bit of delegate over there, because if we have any challenge, you challenge us over there before with immigration, because they don't look after us, especially Sudanese here. We don't have a strong community. That's the problem in that time. because community that are busy with their own problem, but they're not busy with the people in detention. But then they never know, because sometimes
somebody mentioned in a Christmas Island yesterday that we are forgotten people.
Yeah, they're forgetting. Yeah, because why I said that, Mr. Major? Why I said that? Because I've been spoke. I done that interview before with ABC or something like that. I don't know. I've been spoke with the South Sudanese community in Victoria last time, but in that time they have a problem, or else they go all the way down to the federal court. I don't know about the leadership. This one is not Chola Marial and Ring Mayar, all this stuff, you know.
Yeah.
And there's a lawyer also now. He moved down to Brisbane. His name is Cord Manon. You know, you remember?
Yes.
Yeah. I spoke to them directly. Okay, I spoke to them for all these leaders, but in that time the leaders, you know, they're busy with the leadership split or something over there because they have own problem. And after that, always they focus on the young offenders, juvenile, the one all kids they go to jail. Yeah.
Okay, to cut you short from there, let's come back to you being a delegate of the South Sudanese people who are in the detention centers, and you have collected most of the information, and you know the struggling with lifestyle in the detention centers and is helping them out. Are you in contact or in coordinating with the other detention centers to see each other or help each other in talking?
Yeah, always. I've been in contact with them sometimes, you know, because now people because after this government gone, I will try to, you know, we try to come together, you know, because here they can let us to come together sometimes, because if I was there, we can do something. But now they split us, you know, especially they split us, because like me, they put me here, okay? And we have another Sudanese with me before, but these people, they signed, because we are like 4 or 5 delegates. Most of them, they sign, they go back to South Sudan already, because they have enough, because they've been 5 years, 6 years. For me now, because why keep me like this? Because I have a kids. The first time, if I'm single now, I'll be gone for the first day. Bang, I'm out of this country. Believe me.
And if you sign a form to say that I want to be taken back to South Sudan, how long does it take the migration to take you?
They took their own time too, because they have to negotiate with the country there in South Sudan. Okay, they have to ask him about his background, who's his chief, maybe if he's from Agar or from Tuch, from there, they have to know someone over there. You know this guy. But these people, they was born, you know, in Khartoum, but they never been in South Sudan. You know?
Yes.
But always they ask chiefdom something from Agar or from Ngog or from everything. They ask this name because they ask South Sudanese immigration there in South Sudan, if they want to deport you, they say, okay, we have someone from South Sudan, but he never been there. But him now, he signed, he want to go back. It depend for the South Sudanese government. If they say yes, they ask him, this guy, what he did. He said maybe he done armed robbery, he fighting, he's a violent. He said, okay, sometimes the South Sudanese government, they say, no, we don't want him. And what happened here, if they don't want you, they keep you indefinitely, like happened to us now. We've been keeping indefinitely.
Yeah.
Because they can't force you, they can't force removal force. They can't force you removal now, because they know. Because in the end of the day, you are a refugee, okay? They can't force you, but they play with your mind. If you sit like this, because when you sit like this, Major, without anything like this, you know, for another last 5 years, with any hour income, what do you expect? And the way, just the mentality, you be gone. Okay.
I spoke to few of the guys who are in Brisbane. Some of them are in Sydney, and some of them in Perth. They have been there for 6 years, 5 years.
Yeah. Now we have more than people.
Are there many South Sudanese in Melbourne now who have spent such kind of length of time in detention as well?
Yeah, because now we have a little bit. Yeah, here I have like 7 or like 5, 6, 7, 10. I have like 15 here with me, or 17. But like 3 of them, they get out like a couple weeks ago. 3 of them, they get out. There's a young boy from Adelaide. 3 or 4, they get out. Now they
They've been
start
sent back to
working.
the community.
Yeah, they go back to the community. Yeah, they're back to the community. But the
Okay.
problem,
So in that center where you are at the moment, is it split in units? So are you talking specifically on the unit there where you are? You have a lot of 15 of them.
Well, we have 3 units exactly. We have Glenelg and Esken. I'm in now, and Fort. That's 3 units in this camp. There are 3 compound. Okay, compound.
Yes.
But in this compound now we are like six Sudanese, 1 Nuer, and like six Monjang and Denka. We next in the group 5 Denka over there, 7, another 1 7. Like we are like 50, like almost 18. But before we are 22, 23. 3 people they got they go back to community like a month ago, But 2 weeks ago, another one will get out too. But
So you are so South Sudanese are the largest African within that confinement center.
Now, because we are the 2nd largest after New Zealand.
After New Zealanders.
Yeah.
Now a call. So what was the nature of the event that took you to jail and then took you again to that confinement center? Were you in prison so many times, or was it one time?
I've been in prison many times, not like long length or long time. Before, when we come here, sometimes, when you get married and you've been a little bit of trouble and you've been traumatized for long, because these people, when you have mental health problem, you have to escape these things, you have to try to drink more, to forget all this stuff. That's one is a fact, And any Sudanese here, it's been traumatized anyway, because it's a lot of things. And after that, you've been in trouble, a lot of trouble, especially if there's a lot of violence or when you argue at home. There's no violence on it. That's when this problem, they come together. And plus, because I have like 5 or 6 drink driving. And in Perth is different like New South Wales, okay? New South Wales, they are strict in the law, not like Melbourne here or Perth. Perth too, they are very strict in law, okay? And that one, I've been 3 months, 6 months, 3 months, and all these things, they accumulated together, Before, if you've been like 6 months jail, they put it, they don't count it. But if you've been like 3 months jail, they count it. After that, you've been 9 months. And maybe if you do like 3 months jail, but you didn't be convicted, it'll be 12 months. They put this one aside, okay? Accumulated together, And when you be sentenced for 12 months, that the law is say anyone it been sentenced 12 months is a mandatory cancellation and ban. But when I come here, by my time I done in jail, when I come here, I thought it'd be like 3 months. And they give you your answer back, because here when you come here they give you form. It's called revocation. Revocation that means revocation. They ask you why you want to get your visa back, because you have a lot of factors. You have to tell them, okay, I have family here. I've been contributing to this country, this, and I done this. They look all these things and they took it to account. But in our time exactly, there's no delegate, because over there in immigration there's a delegate, there's a minister. He can make decision.
Yeah.
But for us, he's a minister in that time. He's a minister come up. It's called Peter Dutton or all this stuff. He's straight away, because they didn't give us a chance to go to AIT. AIT what it stands for. It's called
a tribunal, migration.
Because they cut us like this. We can go. And the time we spend here in detention to get your answer back, it took you up to 12 months exactly for the first answer. And after that, you get refused because they don't give you a chance to go to AIT. Because if you go to AIT, you explain that one is face to face,
What is the treatment in the detention center like? You've been around Australia, going Christmas Island, going to Billowwood and Perth, and now in Melbourne. So, can you tell me what is the treatment in the detention center like?
No, because since 20 until 2016, they treat us badly, because we don't have like legal, legal, like they don't give us like
legal aids and all that.
Because after that we form people together, and after that we tell them, okay, we need our rights too, because you brought us this country, but you have to give us legal thing, because for us we have to chase the lawyer, to chase all these things, because if you put your form in, you can get a specific answer. They say, okay, they're still doing these things. They're still going on. The first 2 years for us is a horrible 2 years, because the way they treat us, because especially it's look like discrimination. Australia, they tell you, okay, if this situation you don't like it, just please sign and go your home. But we can't force you to sign. That's what is a brain game. But when we see that things, okay, we call all ourselves, and the problem is in that time too, if I have family here in Melbourne and you are from Melbourne, they can take you without anything. They can take you to Christmas Island. They can take you everywhere. You can't say nothing. Because for
so you get separated. You get separated from your family. Not to see you again.
South Sudanese. Yeah, especially South Sudanese. They took all the South Sudanese. No South Sudanese here in Melbourne. No. Or they put us in one place in Christmas Island. And in Christmas Island, we say, okay, if you bring us, we are majority in this island. Okay, we stay together. They say no, we can't put South Sudanese together because
they know things can happen.
Yeah, and okay, sorry, okay, and after that, because we want to prove for them, because we are not violence, and after that they can't confuse. They see us, we're doing good. We just play sport, we do our things, but there's no fighting. They say, how come these people outside there, they say they are violence, everything. I told the border force, the big one, and the circle, and the people around this place, told them, always don't judge the book by the cover, You have to sit down and see these people, what they're doing. And on the boys they engage good, we engage everything. In that time, they come up with everything. They say, okay, now we can look for use for legal aid, because they start to they start to open, to us, I say, okay, but we have a rules here. They say if all the rules they come from Canberra, we say okay, because put it this way, because if I've been in Christmas Island for 2 years and I've been good behavior in this place, because previous character test and current character test, it's the same, because we come here, we behaving good, they respect us, everything. But why you don't take me back to my family?
Yes,
because they say we don't put all the things, because there's people higher than us. We say, okay, we talk to these people. They say, nah, these people, you can't reach them. I say, okay, that's all right. And that's when, after that, we've been with them just a little bit, and after that, they start to give us a little bit, they have to open to talk to us, to do everything, and after that,
so you came back. So you came back to Melbourne from Christmas Island because you were of a good character and you were showing a great responsibility.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that have a good character, because the media, he says something, and when you see the person in front of you, this person, he tell you something else, because always they generalize everything. And after that,
and what is the overall health of well-being of our young people who have been forgotten?
Because all these young people,
Christmas Island.
Yeah, in Christmas Island, all these young boys, because in Panamonjang, Randilin, Ketek, these young kids, we stay with them and we talk to them, always, we give them, some advice. Please.
So you're giving them a mentorship, because you're the oldest among them. You're trying to be their uncles and all that.
Yep, we done everything. The boys, they're doing good. They're doing good. Until because sometimes, if someone he want to try to break you, just only put the hope on you and let them do. Because in the end of the day, they can't take your spirit. But and that's when they make them confused. When they say people, we're still strong and we don't care. In the end of the day, because In the end of the day, you have loved one outside over there. Like you talk to me because you can change my mind a little bit because the good thing is the kids they done good and everything done, and we wish them most of them the people the one he went back, because already he have enough, because when they keep you 6 years or 5 years, and after that they say okay, that's all right, because always they look for that age, they say if you don't have anything here in Australia, because don't waste your time, but they can't, like I told you before, they can't deport you.
At least cannot force you to go.
They can't force you to deport it, but if you sign and anything happened to you over there, they will come with all this paperwork. They say, okay, hang on, this guy, we didn't force him. He done this one. Because why they're doing this one? Because this one is the problem now. We just focus in about indefinite detention. They shouldn't. They shouldn't. You can't keep someone if put in this way, my job. If you go to United Nations, America now, and you've done something crime, they put you in detention. Detention, they deport you. Okay. Yeah. But here now, they can deport you. They keep you here. They make business. They make money on you. They don't care because.
And why do you think the community have been sleeping for so long without looking into these problems?
The Australian community, the Sudanese community, especially, they're misleading. Okay, I want to tell you now. I'll be truthful. I'll be honest with you. They've been they're misleading because already they hit them up with what happened. The kids they're doing outside there. And you see, the kids are doing all this crime outside. That all is scam. It's the same kids like any teenager, any other teenager, because they was born here. Because it's not like someone who come from Sudan. Nah, that's all the kids was born here. The same teenagers they was born in this place.
Yes, okay? all the children. Yes, yeah. All the young people running the streets were literally born here, and
they was born, yeah.
And that's why we mostly wonder why would the government put these hard policies on the young people who were born here. Some came when they were 1 year old, 2 years old. They have spent more of their life in Australia, and they're all Australians. They should have been given a treatment the same as an Australian does. So if they wanted to tell them to take them back to South Sudan, where are they taking them when all their families are in Australia?
But yeah, because I will go back to you a little bit, because if they say that, because already the kids are here, already they're automatically citizen, they can't affect them anything. But there's people, the young kids, that young kids, they make a chance worse to the adult people here, like us, because the way they do all these things outside, and the media always generalize all the whole community, because the community is community. There's a bad people, there's a good people. It's not all. This one is a minority, It's not majority. All of these things. It's a minority, And as you see that now, all the branded, all South Sudanese community, they are not good. And there's people in South Sudanese community that sport, the athletes, they're everything. When they do the good thing, they say, yeah, this guy is a refugee, he done good to the country. But the country always, like I said before, there's a good and there's a bad.
The media would portray whatever they wanted to portray, but looking at the a great holistic picture, the South Sudanese community is branding Australia in a good picture in international arena. You look at some few names out there, making Australia proud. They are South Sudanese themselves. And coming to even the healthcare system in the nursing, you find, all these in the health workers in the front line, a lot of them from South Sudan. We thought, these people, anyone who committed a crime and basically should be treated like an Australian. And being given these inhumane. The Human Rights Commission in Australia is already very concerned on the same issues that is facing the detainees. People who came here as refugees as well, like yourself and people like myself. Why would they be given such kind of high treatment? So 501 policy is a questionable, and that's what I need the community to know, that this policy need a lot of voices, to question it. Where is the pathway for these people in the detention center? Why are the human being kept in the cage? You're being kept in the cage, for a unlimited time, a time that is,
Because
So can you tell me what is your health status now? Are you being affected mentally by all these problems?
Yeah, because because when I was sad, I've been affected mentally, and that's when I come here already they treat me. That's good, but mentality now is you can relapse when you've been working the last 5, 10, the last 6 years in here. You engage with the treatment of mental health problem, and my mental health stability is good, but. It's good, but sometimes you just realize because the problem is is look like we are voiceless. Voiceless. What does it mean?
Yeah.
It means if someone now if we hit the media every day or a current affair, everything like that, the government they be in big trouble.
And that is the aim of this discussion, Alfred. Because
before, if we have someone who can speak behalf of us, all these things they can get away with this stuff. But now they're getting away with this stuff because these people I know they're scared from me a lot, because even in detention we know secret no one can know it here in this place, but we still carry on. We know what is going on. But at the end of the day, you can open your heart and you explain to the Australian people what the
other boys in Melbourne, where you are at the moment, looking onto you as their leader.
Yeah, I'm still a leader. Even if I go to Perth now, I'm still a leader because they know me all, because I know.
One of the boys I spoke to yesterday, Samuel Khalifa, the Czech. Samuel Khalifa, the Czech, mentioned that Alfred is someone who will tell you more about our situation.
Yeah, this young kid now, we've been here 4 years now already.
So, what is the youngest age in the detention center where you are now?
Last time I have 19, now I have 20, 22. This is the youngest one I have now.
22 is the youngest, so it has been there for 3 years now.
Yeah, this is the youngest one. Now, because before we have 19, all this stuff.
Now, what can you tell to the sleeping community, the South Sudanese community, and the African community who are sleeping and they don't want to talk about it?
The African community, like the one of the boys, when he say over there, we are forgetting people already. We forgot people. We've forgotten from our community. It's not about, because our community, sometimes we can't blame them because they have a lot of challenges outside over there. But there's one thing, put it this way, if this one not happened to me, it could be happened to one of your relatives, loved one, okay? Anyone, or something like that, someone very close to you. But sometimes you say, okay, you will come by yourself, and you say, okay, for you, you have to look for the lawyer, okay? You have to look for a lawyer. You want to get out of this situation. But the one related to you, he be all right and he get out because he got what? He got support. But there's another people here. They don't have support, okay? They don't have support. At least South Sudanese before, they're focusing on one thing. They're focusing about the juvenile kids, what they're doing outside over there, okay? But when you're representing all the whole community, it means you're representing any South Sudanese here, including if there's any Sudanese also from North, you can
Alfred,
are
all these young people in detention center gone down there because of the violence or robbery or any other aspect of criminals?
Anyone charges is different. But in the end of the day, they generalize people. They generalize. They say South Sudanese they say all the violence, okay? But there's different things. There's people drugs. There's people something like that. There's people even if they do anything, because it's a different categories, different categories. And I tell you, it's not because my charger is not the same with this Khalifa charger or Masalan Akok Adut, the one in Perth, or Butrus Shoal in Younger Hill, or Masalan, who's that in Patrick or Kilo in Brisbane. They're different categories. They're different categories. Different categories. Yeah.
Okay. Because I spoke to most of the guys, and the most common thing that come up is a domestic, common assault.
Yeah, most of them are common assault, but because these people didn't understand the nature of this stuff here in this country. This country is very, if you didn't pay attention, you never know. Because when we come here before, the good thing is when I come in this country, I've been the last 2 weeks straight away I come to this country, I start work. This country is a country of opportunity. But sometimes if you're struggling with any mental health, like I told you before, even South Sudanese parent, and one day you'll be a parent, the culture you deal with it, you deal with the different things, with different something behind the scene. You never, you can't touch it. Always you say maybe tomorrow be better than today. But there's a factors here. South Sudanese, the young kids all are seeing like this here, because people they give up on them. But your own kind, you can't give up on him, because you have to talk to him 24/7, because otherwise they be for that.
Now, since you are a leader of these young people, you've been advising them, mentoring them. Do they tell you their challenges? Are their families giving up on them?
Yeah, because for them, they can show you the emotion for that one. Because like me now, because emotion I can show it because my kids outside they're struggling because there's no guidance around them. Okay, but you never know. And when you leave your woman alone like this, and the kids already they turn like 14, 15, it's a dangerous age. She can't carry on all this stuff. Like it's the same here. The boys here, we have to calm them down and say, okay, one day, anyone in this world, they have his own time. When your own time coming, because forget about people, what they say over there, because anyone in this world, he can do wrong and bad. But make sure if you get out, you don't relapse or you do all the same thing, because there's a loved one, he want you over there. This is the way we calm them down, because and we told them, okay, don't do anything wrong here, because otherwise anything here they use against you. These people here already, they have to look at your behavior, because already they are not sure this guy, if we let him out to the community, he can offending again, he do these things. But when you put me in this situation, or you put me in any institution for rehabilitation or to be in rehab or something like that, yeah, you come out with a good outcome. But for
plan,
us, here,
yes,
you come out with a plan. But here, there's people already they do their own plan. It's a long-term plan. Maybe in the last 5 years, in the next 5 years, what you do in the next 5 years. Not about today. Okay, if I get out, I say, okay, then I'll go back to alcohol. And everything is a decision. Like sometimes, if I say this one, I don't want to smoke. I have it now. I can't smoke it because it's my decision. But you can stop me. You can't stop me for something I love it. At least even myself, I can make that decision. Okay, that one is a fact.
It is you. Them. It is you who should change yourself, not because you have experienced all. You have gone to prisons, and now you are in the detention center. So it is you who should tell yourself what is bad again and what is good in your life.
Because
Alfred, Alfred, how are your children coping without their father figure in the family?
That is a $1 million question, because sometimes when you're sitting down like this, behind the four walls, like I'm inside my room myself now, sometimes you're thinking about that, you let them down, because now I'm not struggling. They're struggling outside, because last time when I was outside, like 7 years ago, I would take them to school. When someone want to go to a party for friends, I would drop them. All these things never happen. That's what I say before. I said that. I say next time when someone get out, he can, he can spend all the last 6 years or 7 years I've been here with the kids, nothing more than that, because this one, it touched me a lot. But I don't talk about it, because when you talk about it, your mental health is just, again, it must be relapse. But you have to leave it behind and just,
Are you still in a connection with them? Any
always.
other communication mean?
Every day, every day I talk to them, everything like this.
Do they come down to come and visit you? Are they allowed to come and visit you?
Yeah, they come and visit me. But from 2020, because that coronavirus come up, because the good thing is in immigration, what they did, because we don't have any visit now, they give us every month, and every 2 weeks, they give us phone card. It doesn't matter if you have Optus, Vodafone, anything, to check your family, because this one is not jail, because you have your own, phone, because the jail time you done it. Here you are unlawful only. You are unlawful. You're unlawful. It's not someone here don't have visa.
Now, is it? I presume it should be too hard for your wife and your children to look at the justice system and try to fight back for your case. Have they ever been trying that?
Yeah, it's a corrupt system. Like I told you, it's a corrupt system, because we know everything. The last 6 years and a half we've been here, we know about, we know the truth of Australia. But people outside over there, they say Australia is good. Yeah, Australia is good. If you've never been in trouble, that's good. And we don't wish someone to be in trouble. But when you know about Australia exactly, there's two faces. There's two faces. There are the faces to humanitarian, like they say, because already, if one day I ask the lawyer, what's the difference when you go to Article 3, chapter in United Nations, the Convention 1951, the one you signed it about all this. What about the rights for the kids? About the rights for the kids. They say, I know, because in the end of the day, because these people, the book, they hold it upside down, because you don't want to know what is going on with this situation. And we know everything. We know everything about all these things they do.
Yes, it looked like Australia has 10 it fights away from the rights of the person, rights of the person,
of the kids, something like that,
giving freedom. And
they take it into consideration. They take it to account, because they take it to account or consideration. They say, we can't do anything. But about the law, what they say about the law, the one that been passed 501, they say this one, this, because we can. One day, if tomorrow they get to deport me, one day my kids, they can come up like this, all the Australian citizens. They say, you send my dad over there and you leave me without, fatherless. How can I live like that? This one,
it's a $1 million question to the government. And again, Alfred, if you are given a chance to speak to the Home Affairs Minister and the Migration Minister now, what would you tell them?
Now, because the way they treat these people is simple. You don't want me in this country, like you said before. You can't force me to sign. Let me out, but don't keep me indefinitely. That's only one question only. Don't keep me indefinitely. Yeah. Because this one is against what? Is against the law. They know that.
No one deserve in this world to be kept in the cage indefinitely.
Indefinitely, but you didn't give me time.
It would have been better if they would have kept you in the prison and your time. And that's what the boys have been citing. A lot of the boys have been saying, it is better we back to prison, because you're gonna get out after these years and all that.
Because the
detention center, no one cares, and you don't even know where you're gonna go.
Yeah, you never know. That is a big problem. That's one. The word indefinitely, that's the worst. That's the worst, is against the law. Because if you don't want me in this country, and they're still in a process going, but they come with another excuse. They say, these people, they have court running, legal procedure running. But legal procedure running, you don't know how can run this procedure. Because you refuse me today, you give me, at least I will go to federal court, it can take me up to 3 years. And after that, and the answer is clear. It's refused. They want to make money.
Now you have all this experience and you've been a leader of the boys in the detention centers around Australia. What can you tell to the other young people still committing crimes and still causing violence in the community?
Now, the problem is, there's one thing here, Mr. Majok. I want to tell you one thing. We'll be honest with ourselves, man. Because Sudanese outside over there, everyone, he wanted to try to protect his own family. Okay. But when you be a leader for some community, you have to be polite, okay? And you have to always, anything happen to your community, you have to be there, okay? You have to be there. Because these people, they don't talk to the young kids over there. When they go to the young kids over there, they tell them, okay, do good, and after that, you go back to your family. Now, you have to create something here, pathway. And the government, they give them money. There's $1 million, They pump $1 million for them, for all this community, okay? $1 million. They should mentor these kids, the way the kids, because there's some kids sometimes that are good in school, but there's a few factors over there because the parents, they can't, because the parent already, mentality, they're not well. That's what I said. Like, I'm a part of that. I'm a part of that parent, because if you did consulting the parent for the first place, no, you can come out with always good income for all this South Sudanese they're doing outside. Now the crime rate, they're coming down, okay? They're coming down because there's nothing now. There's nothing happened. But the problem, the Australian, the South Sudanese community in Australia, they're not working hard. If I'm outside now, and one day you will hear me one day I'm talking about that, because people, when they have meeting, something like that, they're talking about money, but you see in that meeting, there's someone who have kids, but he don't want to get all these things out. They say this is a shame. Because when you are a carpenter now, your door is not being fixed properly, and you want to go fix that problem, that's one, because they don't take acceptance. The Sudanese by themselves, especially the South Sudanese community, they don't have any reconciliation between themselves, because when they have that reconciliation, they themselves and they accept each other, everything, it can be easy for them because they can take easy. We have in our culture, any kids like under 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, if you see him in the street and tell him don't do that, he can listen to you, but he can't listen to the white man. That's true. This one in our culture. Yeah. Because if these people, they focus on this stuff and they're doing this and they help the parents too, or they give them session, do this and this and this, because this one is called conflict culture. Conflict culture is very hard, someone to adopt. Even me and my kids, I was born in Egypt. As now, because why? Already, because one in the house is my kids, but when they go outside, it's not mine. Because there's other things over there. But there's school, there's everything, They feed them up with something different, because the way just you realize, because you want to raise your kids in a different way. But
a lot of the young boys in the detention center now say that they got in trouble in primary school and high school because they don't have any person in their house that really mentor them and show them the pathway and tell them, and a person who could be their guidance and all that. Do you think that is the biggest problem these boys in the detention center are facing in their life as well?
Yeah, because always these kids, they open their heart, when someone open their heart already, because someone, when you've been struggling with something and you don't split it, you trust someone and you told him, because this one is on him, but he don't want to tell anyone. Because when he told you like this, it means this person, he will try to change himself, because like it's very hard, because in like I told you before, we are for our South Sudanese parent, you can sit down with your son. If your son want to ask you a question, you say, nah, we don't have time for that one. And that's one. This is a part of mentality. What I told you before is a part of mental health, because even all the parent or the African parent background, they're not being consulted because they are in a big conflict. Because
Yeah.
when you have a teenager is only 14 years old, because they have a lot of challenges at school, okay? And most of South Sudanese community come here, they are not all educated. You see, they are not educated. Because he want to force his son to become a doctor, but he don't have any support. How can you can do that? This one is common sense.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's hard.
Now, Alfred, what can you tell to the parents and other people who will be watching you talking to them on this discussion today? The situation you are facing, and the situation the young people are facing, and you have mentioned there were over 400 people in the detention center, mostly young people. What can you tell people now?
I would tell them always, they have to listen for their kids, They have to listen to their kids, What if some kids today, because he's not in a good mood or he's not happy, because there's something challenging him, They have this big challenge. There's something he want to tell you, but you don't want to listen to him. That's a problem. If you listen to him in that way, because he said, okay, I have someone, he listened to me. If I have any problem, I will come to him and I listen to him. Because like the kids here, one they told me, if their parent listens to him or something like that, he can change his life. But the parent already, they've been traumatized. Okay, they've been traumatized with all these surprises now in this country. They've been traumatized already. I will tell you the truth. I'm one of that parent. They've been traumatized badly because they can't make any balance, between the kids and all themselves, him and his missus at home too. They can't, because if the kids come and say, Dad, I have a problem, the daddy say, no, I want to go play the cards or I want to go play Dumanas. He don't have time to him. He can see his mark at school. He can see everything. And he don't know if the kids come nighttime drunk. Okay, he say, okay, Jalapandi. That's one is a dangerous part, because when you kill your kids, your daughter or your son in that nighttime, you kill him. Because why? You have to be safe in his house first before he get outside. Because if you get outside over there, he'll be in trouble. And anything can happen to him. And tomorrow you'll be grieving, you'll be grieving for that thing. Because it's emotion. It's a parent emotion, because you think your kids not listen to you, but you don't open to him. That's a problem.
Now, Alfred, you have all these experiences that you have undergone through, and you have known it all, and you as a parent, you have seen a lot. What can you tell us now that young people are also misusing their time, and that because they have no guidance in their families, and to keep them safe, out of the juvenile system and out of prison and out of detention center? What can you say now could be done to make sure that this will not end up there?
Yeah, the one that could be done with the South Sudan community is one thing only, because always we can't change the cloud always. It's not really good, because one thing is, because they should create any pathway for sport, culture things. I remember there's a woman passed away. I think his son is there now. Akop. Her name is Abioli. Before, with the board culture, the kids are engaged in that culture, always, because always when you take your kids to school, not school, it's sport, always you keep them from trouble, because they come tired and they just sleep, and tomorrow they can see at their homework. The problem is now that all the South Sudanese now, when I'm saying for any South Sudanese parent, they should open for their kids, talk to them, and if your son, he come home drunk, or your daughter come home drunk, don't kick her out or don't kick him out. Because why? Because one day you regret that thing, the way you kick him out, the way he go away from you, he never trust, because already he trusts parent. But if the parent, he don't listen to him, okay, because he don't have anyone in this world, because he tend to do two things. He tend to drugs, or he tend anything he want. Something you don't wish your son he will do it. Because in the end of the day, you be sitting down like this, put your hand in your head like this, so you are your missus, and the kids are gone. Okay, that's one. Secondly, they should create anything, like I said, pathway. There's a kids when they're 18, They should looking for work on these things. And the kids also, they are weak at school. They should, they should open, extra studies for them. If there's people in it, they can volunteer. There's people, they can know. There's people that can volunteer. They can help them. And sometimes also, it's the South Sudanese community. They should link with the government because they get fund from the government. They should consult all the South Sudanese, in our culture. When you bring some people like this and you tell them, okay, parent want to tell them the way people they live, they reject you. But that's what is a part of what orientation. Because when we come here, we never been orientated. When you come here, they say, okay, when you go to Australia, don't stop your kids, don't do this one. There's a few things because I told you it's a conflict. Conflict is a conflict. That way, when I say
yes, lack of orientations when travel here was a cause of big problem.
Yeah, and the shock people they just find in this country. There's a shock, it's a shock.
Cultural shock.
If in Sudan, it's shock. If in Sudan now, I know the way and I will do all my things, but it's a shock. You come from different culture, from lawless country to the country of law is a different. There's a little bit of conflict down here, but you can see. But you harvest that situation in the future when your kids one day he be in jail and every day they drag you to the court. Everything you do like this. In that time you be traumatized by yourself. You be traumatized your parent by yourself. You see.
Now, Alfred, we are coming to an end, and could you please tell me what can you tell as your general view on the situations you are?
My general view.
The situation young people are in there.
My general view. All the kids, the boys with us here already. They've been doing good. They're doing good already. Everyone is a discipline for something you want to do in future or be principle for something else. But for the people outside there, Australia is a good country, is a country for opportunity, is a country for everything. But if you done all the things you build it in all your whole life, you can destroy it in 1 minute, okay? In 1 minute only, if you done something wrong. And everyone can do wrong, okay? But that's wrong. That's wrong. When you do it, you have to pay for it. And when you pay for it, nothing can harm you in that time. But the hints we are in now, like I told the South Sudanese community also, just turn all your thought, everything, other people that are forgotten people here, because when they ask, where you from, I'm from South Sudanese, yeah, because you have a community. When you have a strong community, nothing can divide the community. But the community now is that divide, because someone he see his leadership is better than anything, but he can't bring the surface, because when I put you in that position, you have to do something for the community. You're not sitting down over there, you see prime minister, you see this one, and tomorrow you get money, but the money you're spending for something does not exist. They should spend that money for, to make any courses for these kids, outside of that, to help them, basketball tournament, everything tournament like before, everything, but so, because people understand. Yeah.
So Alfred, are you calling for the community to unite and fight for their liberty, for their children to be released from detention and given a second chance?
Yeah, everyone get this. It deserves a second chance. No one don't deserve. Everyone can deserve a second chance. But the way you deserve that second chance, you have to do something, okay? Because otherwise, when you come out there, like people have been here for a while, forgotten people. One day when you go outside of there in Fuscri or maybe in person somewhere else, people say like this, where you been? Say, I'm in detention. So sorry, sorry, I heard that. But is the same people before he work with you. But when you've been in trouble, everyone can run off from you because you come with a bad person. But there's no bad person in this world. You done something wrong, but you have to pay for it. And we did. And after that, the community, they run away from us. They say now, they call them they're criminals. But like I mentioned before, this one, it could be your son, it could be your nephew, it could be your niece. Who knows? Because you never know. Because this life, you never stop for someone dead. the life is still continue. But everything is all right. But
true, true, and I'm glad to speak to you, Alfred. And what about the other young person who was sitting with you in the room? Is he gone?
No, I think he went out now. He's talking to his mom.
Oh, his mom.
He went out.
Okay, very good. And I'm so glad to hear from you that you've been taking care of these young people in there. You know, being an elder and acting as an uncle and a leader of overall young South Sudanese in detention center has been a privilege. And this video will be shared widely, and it will be an eye opener to the community. It will be an engaging tool to the government. Our community has been sleeping for so long, and this is the time now for us to wake up. And this is what we're doing. We're doing this to wake up and to make sure the community has to do something that is important to safeguard the life of people who have been forgotten for a long time. 400 people is a big number. It's a huge number that need to be looked into. So thank you so much, Akol, and I appreciate your talk today.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
okay, thank you. Okay, bye. Okay, thanks.
My name is Majok. I'm a South Sudanese by nationality, and I'm advocating on behalf of the detainees in Australia. Could you please introduce yourself to me as well?
Well, my name is Samuel Khalifa Dichak. I'm from South Sudan. I'm a Dinka tribe from Awil.
Beautiful. Samuel, how old are you, probably?
I'm 29.
Beautiful. And where are you located at the moment?
At the moment, I'm in MITA, Melbourne Detention Center, Melbourne Transit Detention Center in Broadmeadows, Victoria.
Good. And Samuel, do you have any family in Australia?
I only have my mom and my little brothers.
Right. And where are they living at the moment?
They all live here in Victoria, Melbourne.
In Melbourne. And when did you migrate to Australia?
We came to Australia back in 2005.
Right. And did you came to Australia with your family, or did you migrate first by yourself?
I came with my mom and my little brothers and sisters. My little sisters, I mean.
Your little sisters.
Yeah.
Are you the oldest among your little sisters?
I'm the second oldest.
Very good. Right. So which visa category did you arrive in Australia with? Is it a humanitarian visa?
Yes, we had a special humanitarian visa, permanent resident.
Right. And did you migrate direct from any refugee camp in East Africa, like Kakuma?
We went through Egypt refugee camps.
So you came through the Egypt, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And Samuel, do you know if your visa that you came with, the permanent resident humanitarian special visa, is still active or cancelled?
It has been cancelled.
And has your family been affected by the same cancellation?
Yes, absolutely.
And is your mother and your sibling Australian citizens, or are they having issues?
Yes, they are citizens.
They are citizens. Only you, your visa has been cancelled.
Yes, only me.
Okay. So how long have you been detained for right now?
I've been detained for 4 years and a half.
In the same detention center?
I was first in Marabino.
Where is that? Is that in Victoria as well?
Yes, in Victoria. It's in High Point.
Okay. And again, before coming to that detention center and prior to coming to the other detention center, where were you? Were you in prison?
Yes, I was in prison. I was doing 3-month sentence.
3-month sentence?
Yeah.
And what led you to that incident that made you go to the prison?
Well, it was drink driving.
Just drink driving?
Yeah.
Was it recurrent drink driving records, or was this a one-time drink driving?
It was just consistent drink driving, and I had other charges, criminal charges from the past.
From the past?
Yeah.
Okay. And how many time have you been in prison for?
I have been in prison. I have been remanded 2 times, and I have been sentenced to prison 2 times.
2 times, right?
4 times.
4 times. So, what was the longest prison sentence you have ever had among those?
12 months.
12 months. And you've been in and out, and then the last sentence was the one that made you go to the detention center now.
Yeah, the last sentence I got was 3 months, and that's what got me in detention center.
Right. Okay. So when you were charged with all those occurrence of incidences that sentenced you to prison for that time, did the judge ever told you that you will be your visa will be canceled, or you will be taken to detention center after you serve your sentence?
No, I wasn't aware of anything called detention center. I just thought I was getting out on my release date, and then on my release date, I was being seen by the border force, unexpected visit.
That was in the house, or was it in after on the last day of your release?
Yeah, that was the last day of my sentence in prison.
And then the border force just arrived in and then just took over whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
Okay. So how are your family really taking this scenario that you've been going through a lot, and now you are in a situation where you don't know, a situation of no return. You don't know when you're going to come back to the community. You don't know what your life will be.
Well, my family are very confused, and they are really struggling out there at the moment, especially with me going through this process. And they are very lost in what they can do and what kind of options they have in their hands to be able to support me in this situation I am in. You know, and they don't know what to do at all.
Right. Yeah. Now, it's a very tough, challenging, and quite confusing. The migration system is very complex, and given the reality that your parents, are just helpless, just with your sibling out there trying to figure out what's going on. Have they ever tried to fight back to see how you can get out back to the community?
Yes, just behaving in here, doing our best, going to programs, signing all the papers the lawyers need, calling all the lawyers for updates on my case to see what's going on, like all the little things that we do that counts. And it shows the fact that we really do care about our process, and we do want to go home and leave this place as soon as possible.
So you call yourself now a very reformed man. You have learned your lessons and in a hard way. So are you telling me that if the government allow you today back to the community, you will be a better person to bring the change?
Well, to be honest with you, the truth is I have always been a good person, and that's just who I am, a good person. The mistake that I have made in the past, it was just the mistakes that I learned in this country, the things that I learned while I was growing up as a young man in this country. Nothing came new from anywhere. I never had experience from how to drive or drink or smoke weed or hang around with people. Everything I learned in here. So I have, if anything, I have developed extra skills, how to become a wise person in a situation that is uncontrollable. So if I get a second chance in my life, if I get a second chance to be able to get out and live my life, I will absolutely not do the things I have done in the past, But I am very proud of myself to be able to be woken up from the situation that I used to be in back in the days and not be able to do it again because of the circumstances that I am in right now. Yeah.
Pretty much, you came to Australia very long ago, nearly 20 years now, and that shows that pretty much you've been living your half of your life in Australia. Pretty much 3/4 of your life in Australia as a young man growing up. So did you find yourself going through trouble in high school where all these problems started?
Yes, absolutely. I had a lot of trouble in my primary school. I had a lot of trouble in my high school. The language difficulties was very hard to pick up the language, and being black, surrounded by white kids, was very tough. And not knowing the English language was very tough as well. So those things has made our lives very easy and has caused the trauma in a certain way of how to be accepted as a black person or as a black young man, and how to be treated in a way of non-judgmental, because a lot of people in my days when I used to go to my school, I used to get judged a lot, and I used to be looked at as a different person because of my color, But growing up from all those things has made me realize that no matter where I am, I'm in a white country. So no matter what I do, I cannot hide my skin color. I have faced the racism and I will be living it for the rest of my life. So there's no point of me, getting depressed over it or being stressed about it and make the wrong decision like other people do, commit suicide and stuff like that because of the skin color or because of other people giving them hard time.
Right. And that's the reality. A lot of kids out there find themselves in trouble because they could not really see the reason as to why they become a victim of their skin color. And that would has made a lot of young people commit a crime they shouldn't even be able to commit, at all. And you would tell, from a lot of the other young people who are in the same detention center, they might have gone through the same hell like that. And again, it is about the system, how the system is adjusted and having a support network around you. So when you were in primary school, high school, did you have any support network where your mother able to read and write?
No, my mom, she never knew how to write. She doesn't know how to read. She can only speak English, but she cannot speak it as well as me, as my little brothers. She's still learning. All these years she's been in this country, she's just still learning. And I wouldn't say her English is great. I wouldn't say her English is excellent, but her English is good. She can speak, not as good, but it's all right at the moment.
Yes. So that's contributed a lot because you are growing up in Australia, going to the mainstream schools where a lot of other kids who are from mainstream are furthering on their studies, and it's become so challenging when you come back home. You learn a lot of things in the schools, and when you come home, the language difficulty, interfere with a lot of communication in the house, and things break down. Is something that we have witnessed a lot. So, what about your mental health status at the moment?
My mental health is very poor at the moment. I'm mentally suffering. I'm physically suffering. But the main thing is mentally, I'm suffering from everything that I'm going through day to day basics. It's a very tough place. It's not easy. We have to put up with a lot of things, including racism. Yeah, it's just not easy. Us South Sudanese people in detention center are doing it extra harder than any other nationalities because of our skin colors, because of our background, because of the lack of understanding of the system. It's just a lot of things that we're getting hustled through this place without us knowing our rights, how to fight it back.
So you want to tell me the treatment in the detention centers is really worse, even comparing to the outside as well. It's no one, people are subjected to who they are. Is that what he's saying?
Yes, absolutely. This place is putrid. This place is disgusting. This place is no way of anyone can actually sit here and do it one day of their life spending in here. This place makes you want to kill yourself. This place is designed for people to commit suicide. So, most of the time is, people just, all they do is spend time by themselves in the house. I mean, in the rooms, and just minding their own business, because once they step out of their room, they're facing all kind of things. They're facing racism. They're facing a lot of actions that happens for no reason. So mental health issues is very serious in here for South Sudanese people.
And is there any sort of help that is available within the facility that you are in?
Well, they provide all sorts of help, but those helps does not help. Those helps are not actually help. Those help are designed for the facility's own benefits. Those helps is not for the detainees' benefits. I don't see them benefiting from them. I see the facility itself is benefiting from it. So most of the time I just see that I'm suffering from mental health issues, and this thing is causing me a big trauma in my life, affecting me mentally, physically, emotionally, or you can name it. And all they can offer you is someone you can talk to. And this person you're going to talk to, this person, you don't know who they are, you don't know what they want, and you don't know what kind of information you're giving out to them about yourself. And you don't know who these people could be capable of as well at the same time. And the services they're actually providing, these services are very limited. Not to the point that you feel like you're very confident and you think you're actually achieving something from it. You're actually not achieving anything, because all they're doing is they're feeding you more lies instead of giving you the truth about your situation, because everyone in here needs to go home. People are suffering from mental health because they don't know when they're going home. People have done more than 6-7 years in here. It's ridiculous.
Wow. So there are some people who have sit there for 7 years, 5 years.
Yeah.
And probably, do you know how many South Sudanese, just a rough guessing on what you could count? How many?
Maybe about 20.
About 20, that is a very light number. Are there some female?
No, there's no females. I think there's females, but we never put together with females. Females will be different section.
Okay, different section.
Yeah.
Right. If you have a chance to talk to the gathering where South Sudanese are sitting down and the young people are sitting down, wanted to listen to the scenarios you guys are going through, what could you tell them?
Well, what I really would be able to say to them, I would just say, like, no matter how hard it is, at the end of the day, there's a light under the tunnel, So everyone just gotta keep their head up and stay stronger than you possibly can, because we're doing it over our limits. We're going through over our limits at the moment. We're doing the best we could to stay strong. We're not staying strong for anyone. We're doing it for ourselves, and these people are making us doing it harder than we're supposed to do it. So my message to everyone out there is to actually just keep your head up and keep moving forward.
Right. And if you have a chance to talk to the minister who is responsible for the cancellation of visas and who is responsible for making people go to the detention, what would you be able to tell the minister?
I would probably just gonna pretty much give them a couple of words. They need to experience these things by themselves. They need to put someone here physically to go through what people are going through, because word cannot explain what we're going through. Only actions, and they need someone physically to come here, stay for 6 years and go through what we go through, and make sure that person is painted black as well in any ways, so they can actually experience the trauma that Africa or South Sudanese are going through at the moment. It's harder than it usually is. So the message is going out there for them. They need someone physically to be here to actually experience it, because word can't explain this trauma. This is a serious issue.
Samuel, and again, a lot of young people like yourself who went through trouble when you were young young child, young boy. A lot of other young people are still going through a lot of violent scenarios on the streets of Melbourne all the time, killing themselves and causing some more violence. And then again, they get provoked to do such kind of things. There is a rise in drug consumptions on the streets around Australia, and there is alcohol abuse around Australia. What can you tell your younger peers, the young South Sudanese, the young Africans? What can you tell them to maximize and utilize their time available to them very well?
Well, man, word from me is that I'm not perfect myself, man. I messed up out there. I robbed people. I stole. I had a fight with randoms. I did a lot of wrong out there. I'm not perfect, but I have learned from my mistakes, which is I'm not going back to the old route of what I used to do back then. I did it because most of us South Sudanese community or African community who came to Australia, we came up with no father figures. We came up with no role models. We came up with people who don't know who their uncles or who their fathers are. So we learned the hard way. Everyone learned their own way, and that's the mistakes that we made. We never did anything intentionally, but we made anything from mistakes. And being a young man, it's normal for young men to go through things by themselves, especially if they don't have role models or father figures in their lives to show them the right directions. Instead of telling them this is the right way and this is the wrong way, we don't have that. Some people are very lucky they have that, so us South Sudanese were very unlucky to not have that. So, my message to these young people out there is it's okay to make mistakes. As long as you're not doing it deliberately, it's okay to make mistakes and just make sure minimize your drinking, and party less. There's nothing wrong with drinking as well. You can drink casually or, occasionally. You can drink whenever you finish your work, you're at home, drink with your close mates, have people having your back, watching you around, because you can't even drink with strangers because these days it's very hard. You can drink with strangers and those strangers can turn against you. So most likely they need to just, cut down on the drinking. About the drinking is the main issues out there.
Yes. And yes, a lot of kids and their families are doing harder and harder ways at the back down in the communities. Your mother tried her best. She was a single mother who trying to bring up her children in the rightful way. And again, the system didn't support her, in a right way that was needed and that was intended. Now, what would you tell to the struggling young families and the families of the single mothers who are really doing it the hard way with their children at the moment?
Well, the single mothers are out there, they're doing their best. Like, I cannot ask more than what I got. I got my mom. She's a beautiful lady. She did it all on her own. My father left her when I was very young age. I don't even know who my father is, but I'm very proud of my mom at the end of the day. I have a few stepfathers, but that doesn't mean anything. It just seemed like my mom, she just had to go through the struggle she had to go through to raise me to be the man who I am today. But at the end of the day, my message is out for these women to just keep staying strong and believe in themselves, because whatever they're doing a good job. They're not making false promises. They're doing what they can, and they're actually keeping up with the words. And the main thing is for these young men, they need to understand those mothers, they put in extra efforts to be able to support us, to be able to put food on the table for us, shelter on our heads, to be able next day to wake up and go to work or go to school or go somewhere, because they want us to be something and become someone one day. These ladies, they put on hard work. So I'm very proud of all the single mothers out there. I'm very proud of all of the young men who actually have no father figures as well, who they're doing it by themselves because they're just going through lessons of life by themselves, without any role models, without any people who've given them directions, which is very hard. No one can ever succeed in this world going blindfolded, but we are making it without any help, which is very big goal for us. So yeah, my message for this, single ladies or single moms, they just need to keep doing what they're doing, and they're doing a great job at the moment.
Great indeed. And again, Samuel, if the government give you a chance, second chance today, and second chance would come as saying that you will be taken back to South Sudan, a country you have never knew, a country you have never been to before, and the government wanted to take you back, would you be able to rather go back to South Sudan rather than staying in the detention center?
Well, to be honest, like I do my best to not go back, because I never been to South Sudan. I don't know what's the life like over there. I was born in Sudan. I was born in Port Sudan. I left Sudan when I was 4 years old. I left Sudan when I was 4, maybe 5. I stayed in Egypt for 3 years. I came to Australia when I was 8, and I'm 29 now. And imagine the time frame I spent in Australia. Like I didn't even know the language when I came here. I couldn't even speak. So Australia has a big factor in me. It has a lot of things about me I learned is in Australia. So I'm part of Australia. Like it's not that I deny that I'm not South Sudanese. I am South Sudanese and I'm proud. But at the end of the day, it's me getting taken back to South Sudan where I don't know nobody or nothing in there. It's going to be very difficult for me to survive or even to live. Just to live in there, it's going to be very difficult. And it's not an easy thing, because South Sudan is a country of war, and a lot of young African males, a lot of young South Sudanese males are actually getting involved and becoming victims of these wars because they're getting joined to the military for unknown reasons, and that's not safe for anybody, man.
Yes, indeed. And if the government also, in the other hand, give you a second chance to go back to the community, and what would you be doing to bring back the laws of the life in time, the time you've spent outside the community? What would you do to regain it back and to give back to the community?
To be honest with you, man, to give back to the community, first thing I need to clean up myself. I need to step in the right shoes. I need to walk on the right path for be able to be in a position to be able to advocate or to advise people. I'm not perfect, like I said, man. I'm full of mistakes. Full of false promises. But at the end of the day, the best thing I could give to anyone out there is I can be there for them when they need advice. I can share my mistakes. I can I can help them if they need my help. But number one priority is when I get out is I need to look after myself too. I need a job. I need accommodation. I need to start fresh from the scratch. I'm 29. I'm not getting any younger. So I need to be able to do the right things all over again. That doesn't mean like I have fucked up for good. I just messed up a little bit, and I'm just kind of working my way back up to where I left it, but in a good way, not in a bad way.
Good. So, what would be your last appeal to the Australian government and the wider Australian community, an African community in Australia? What would be your appeal on behalf of the people in detention and on behalf of yourself?
Well, on my behalf of the people in detention is we human beings, man. We young survivors. We child soldiers in a way, because we grew up on our own. We grew up on our own with no father figures, no role models. These two words means a lot to me. no father figures, no role models means a lot to me, because those two things, if you have it in your life, you'll be okay. But if you don't have it in your life, you'll go through roads that there's no signs, and you can have an accident. You can have some sort of any complicated situation you can go into. You can kill someone without even knowing. Just going through this situation with no role models, no father figures in your life. But my appeal is to these people out there who's responsible for holding us here is to give us a second chance. We never did anything deliberately. Anything that we have done, we've done it by mistakes. Was through learning. We just growing up, young men, when they're growing up, they touch the wrong buttons for them to be able to feel the right buttons. So we have done mistakes, but those mistakes is to make us open our eyes for us to realize where we're going in the future. It's not because we want to make those mistakes. We're not getting any enjoyment from it. We just kind of testing where we're going, where we want to be in life, because we never had the right people there to show us or to tell us those buttons were wrong. We shouldn't be touching them from the start. But we never had those people, and those people were the role models and the father figures. But the end of the day is we deserve a second chance, and we will make everyone proud, from our mothers to our community leaders to our sisters and brothers. We all deserve a second chance, and the future. The only thing we can say is the future will tell the truth.
And that's surely right. Everyone in life deserves a second chance. You have done your time in prisons, and that's what the law required. And,
yeah.
And especially being in a detention center, you should have been rehabilitated in a community rather than just being detained in a place where you don't know what's the life holds for you. So thank you so much, Samuel, for talking to me. And our role is to advocate on your behalf and to engage the government not to send people to prison and then serve the maximum term and then come back and put in detention again. We just need people to be rehabilitated, given a great psychological services, to go back to the community. Thank you so much, and I will speak to you again.
Thank you, my job.
No, thank you so much, Samuel. Can you tell us about yourself, please?
My name is Mohammed Dautuj. I came to Australia in 2008, and I'm in Immigration Detention Center at Yongale in Northern.
Thank you. And how old are you, Mohammed?
Probably, I was born in 1982, because most of us, when we were born in South Sudan, we were born when our country was not even independent, and I was born in a place where there was no hospital. So I don't know my date of birth, but the date of birth that I put on my humanitarian application when I came with my mother was the 23rd of August, 1982.
Thank you. And did you say you are located in Western Australia? Where were you before you came to Western Australia?
Well, when I came from 2008, I arrived in Sydney because one of my sponsors who helped me with my mom to send me Australian, they call it application for humanitarians, was in Sydney. His name is James Mading Mabil. So Mading received me with my mother in Sydney, and I've been in Sydney for a couple of months. Then I moved to Perth, WA.
So which year did you migrate to Australia?
I came on the 17th of October 2008.
And did you migrate here with your mother, your father, or any other relatives?
I came with my mother because I was a refugee camp with my mother. I've been a refugee camp for 16 years in Kenya, in the Kakuma refugee camp. So my dad was in South Sudan, but he died while I was in prison in 2015.
That's sad to hear that side of your dad. And at the moment, What is your nationality? Are you an Australian citizen or are you still holding any status of South Sudanese citizenship?
I'm not an Australian citizen, and that is the reason why I'm in detention. My crime, I'm in detention. I'm not an Australian citizen.
Okay. See, is your humanitarian visa status still active or cancelled?
It has been cancelled according to the Department of Home Affairs.
So you came to Australia with your mother. Was it in the same visa that you came with, or was it a separate visa?
It's the same visa, and I have even a copy of it now in my property here. So the same visa with my mother, two of us.
So do you know the reason as to why your visa was cancelled? And when you migrate to Australia, in that visa, which was a travel document issue under the humanitarian visa category, it mentioned that any migrants who migrated to Australia under this visa category will remain in Australia indefinitely. Why was it cancelled? Were you given any reason?
The reason was because I was convicted for an assault, and the law was passed when I was already been sentenced in December 2014. Then in 2015, there was emergency of the incident happened in Sydney, whereby one of the permanent residency hold people hostage in Sydney, Lidcape, and as a result of that, the Australian government ran up everybody, and then my visa was cancelled. On the basis of that, I've been sentenced for more than 12 months. But
Okay.
I was about to go home, but I was issued a parole, and my parole was that I was an acceptable risk to the community. And then 5 days before I was released from Albany prison, I got a notification from Australian Border Force, and then they bring me here to detention center.
What about your mother visa? Is your mother an Australian citizen at the moment, or is her visa still very active?
My mother is not an Australian citizen.
So she has been affected by the same problem that has ended your visa being cancelled.
This is what I don't understand, because two of us are in the same visa, and that's the same visa that my mother is using. And even me, I don't even understand if my visa has been cancelled, because it is the same visa with my mother. So it is only the minister or the Department of Home Affairs can explain what that would mean, because it is the same visa that my mother has. That's the same visa I was brought here, and they said that it has been cancelled.
Okay, moving on. So we're moving on to the next category of questions, and that is immigration detentions or the prisons. So you said you are in the detentions, and why are you in detention center after being released from the prison?
This is a question that is very important, because while I was going home, because I was released, because I done all my courses, I done my time, and I even talked to my family to come and pick me up. They came and visited me in Albany prison. Then 5 days before that, I was called to the office, and they say by Australian Border Force that your visa has been cancelled. And they even extended my days to be taken from Albany prison to Casuarina prison. And I came to Casuarina prison on the day 9, and then I spent the night, then I came to Yongo area in 2018. And before I was in jail, they issued me a paper to put in the what is called the revocation. And within my revocation, I just wrote a letter to them telling them that I can't go back to South Sudan because my country is at war, and I will be killed even if I arrive in the airport of South Sudan. So, and since then, I never get outside since 2018.
That's unfortunate to hear. And how long have you been detained for?
I've been detained since 2018. Plus my 4 years and 10 months in prison, I'm going to be 10 years behind bars.
So where were you before coming to this detention center where you are at the moment?
I was in jail. I was in Albany prison.
And how long were you in Albany prison for?
I've been in Albany prison because when I was sentenced to 6 years and 10 months for grievous bodily harm to the person who first attacked me, injured me, and I retaliated. And because his injuries were very serious than mine, the police couldn't charge him. So I was sentenced to 6 years and 10 months. I spent most of my time in Albany prison until August 2018 when I was granted a parole. Then I end up to be in immigration detention center for something that to do because of the new law that was passed in 2015.
When you were charged by the magistrate, did the magistrate mention to you that your visa will be cancelled and you will be taken to the detention center after you serve your prison sentence? And was that part of the sentence?
Well, my lawyer was a witness, and he's called Jonathan A. Davis. He's one of the big barrister. When I was sentenced, the judge never mentioned that I will be taken anywhere because there was no law about that. And that's why even now I'm not supposed to be in detention because I was sentenced before the new law. So I was sentenced in December 2014, and this new law came to be passed in 2015. So judge never mentioned that. Even my lawyer was shocked when I told him while I was in younger area, and I told him, look, I'm in detention center. I'm sorry for that because I can't represent you. You have to look for immigration lawyers. So this is something that I couldn't understand because I was sentenced before the new law, and then I was incorporated to become a victim of something that I couldn't understand.
Under that detention center where you are at the moment, what kind of the government support do you get?
The document support I have, I've done all my courses in prisons and many courses because in prison is a part of correction. And I do thank the Department of Correctional, especially the Minister of Correction for offering all those courses. Those courses, I attend them and I finish them successfully because I want to go back to the community. And within that time, I used to be a tutor in prison. And these are the things that circumstances that allowed the Department of Correction to grant me my parole because I was not a dangerous person to anybody in the community. Only that person I had a problem with. But after my course, I was issued a lot of certificates. One of them was my parole paper. Then the documents that can show all the courses that I've done in prison, rehabilitation courses. I still have them. And even my lawyer, Ahmed Galenista, who was my immigration lawyer, got all those papers with him.
What would you rate your health status and overall health status, including your mental wellness, including your physical health and body health and all that? How do you rate yourself at the moment that you're really being taken care for? Have these detentions affect your overall health, or what can you tell?
Of course, definitely, this place, detention center, not me alone, but a lot of people, but in particular to myself, it has affected me mentally because while I was in prison was been much better than detention center because in prison, there is a time frame. You know how long you're going to be there. But in detention center, you are kept indefinitely until you die. And to make the matter worse, the law that was passed in 2021 in May last year by Scott Morrison, it fooled everybody because they say if they can't take you back to South Sudan or to your country, then they will keep you indefinite in detention until they die. And it is not something I made up. It is something on the Google, you can Google it. So this was the reason that caused a lot of issue to have mental issue. By myself, I went through a lot of psychological torture. And that's why I even been granted my own room now because the HIMS, which is International Immigration of Health, is here at the Department of Circle. They grant me my room because due to my mental issue. And when I was outside, even when I was in jail, I did not have all these things, but my health is now, my mental health is there now, and even with a lot of people, you can see how many people I've seen. A lot of people commit suicide here. People cut themselves with the races. A lot of things. That has been going on a lot in the younger area before when I moved to Thailand, before I was taken to Kurusai. They become hopeless because they can't take you back to your country, then they have to keep you indefinite until you die.
What do you think if the government give you an option today that you will be taken back to South Sudan? Do you still think it is safe in South Sudan? And again, do you think the government, the Australian government, has violated the rule of the human rights that granted you a visa? And their interventions, it said that you were indefinitely to remain in Australia, which is your new home country. Do you think there's a violation in that? And do you think if the government say today you will be taken back to South Sudan, do you think it is safe?
Well, it's a good question. I can't go back to South Sudan. Even the minister himself, he was convened by the evidence that I presented, because I have a lot of evidence of even people being massacred. I sent one of the videos, and that video even put me in problem to be put in parliament place. They say you're not supposed to be, because it was a video of how people been slaughtered in South Sudan. And when the minister find that out, they say Mama can't be taken back to South Sudan. And plus a lot of stuff, because on social media I talk about Prophet Mundeng, and president of the country can even kill me in the airport because I talk about that. And plus some of the story, because I'm an author, I wrote 2 books here. So all those things are evident that I present to the minister. And then what they do, they turn around to use it against me by keeping me here indefinitely because they can't take me. But in truth speaking, I'm the last person to go to South Sudan, because if that regime is still in power, my life will be at risk. And it is not something that I made up. I have a lot of evidence that I presented to the minister, and the minister has considered them. But he made a decision that he has to keep me here until I die.
Now, with a lot of people who knows you in the community, there is a lot of great reflections on who Mamir is and what sort of kind of person he is. A lot of people talk about your qualities, being a people person, and that qualities has been known overall in the community. I spoke to too many people who have known you so far, and there's a lot of positivity that is coming out in the community. Do you still withhold all these qualities? And do you think if the Australian government granted you to free you today to go back to the society, what do you think would be the greatest contribution you would ever haven't done before that you wanted to contribute to the Australian society?
Thank you very much for the great question. Before I was granted parole, I had a planning, and the correction department understood. My planning was, if I go released to the community, I want to educate the young people not to go back, not to do any crime, to go back to prison, because I've learned my lesson. And in particular to the kids that are 15 years old, 10 years old, 11 years old, juvenile, because that was my plan, because I don't want them to come to follow my path. And that was one of the main reasons that the Department of Correction grant me my parole. So even now, I'm still having that. On Facebook, on social media, I create my my page. That page is a page that I use to want to educate young people. But because I'm in detention, I can't come in person to talk with them. But it was in my planning. Even now, in my planning, if I get released, I will go to my community here in Perth, and I'll go to church, and I'll talk to the kids, and I will explain to them in detail that going to jail, crime, because there is something that I found out in prison. Laws are not taught to people in Australia. The only way you'll understand law better is when you are in prison. And this is something that I came to realize, because the only way a person can understand law in Australia is when you went to university or you want to be a lawyer. This is whereby you understand. But the public of Australia, they don't know anything about the law. And I raised this one even to the minister of the previous government of Colin Barnett, because it is something that I came to find out that if people come from Australia, like for me, for example, I came from South Sudan. And I did not even come from South Sudan. I came from refugee camp in Kenya. You came to Australia, but you don't even know about Australian law. You will go and know law on the day that you are in prison. And that was part of my planning, even now, that if I get released to the community, I want to educate young children about the consequence of going to prison and to educate them about this, because these laws are not taught in the school.
Very good indeed. Mary, you are an author of 2 books. One book was published by World Publishers, and the other one was published by the African World Book. And both of these organizations are based in Western Australia. And again, if you have also had a lot of experience in both in the prisons and in the detention center. Are you anticipating to publish a more book based on the experience that you have undergone, or what are your next prospect in the future?
Thank you for a great question again, because yes, I published 2 books. One was published by Board Publishers, and the other one was published by African World Book. But now I'm working on my 3rd book. It's a book called, it's about a fugitive girl. I never gave it a title, but it is a fiction. And this fiction, I couldn't finish it. I got more than 10,000 words. But because of my mental issue now, because of the situation I'm in, it refrained me not to finish that fiction. And I won't even write another book about that Kurumus Island, because the reason why I won't write a book about Kurumus Island is a detention center that are compared to Guantanamo Bay. I call it Guantanamo Bay because it's one of the supermax prison I ever seen in Australia. And that will be my 4th book. And I will write so many books because I'm a historian by background. I was a teacher in Kenya, especially in Kakuma refugee camp. I used to teach in primary school. So I will write so many stories apart from the book that I already published.
Good to hear that indeed. Mohamed, what can you tell to the current Home Affairs and Immigration Minister in Canberra? As you know, the government has changed. You know, the Liberals Party has been changed to the current Labour Party, which is the ruling party at the moment. So what can you tell the Prime Minister Albanese or the current affairs Home Affairs Minister and the Migration Minister at the same time?
Thank you very much. What I would like to tell the department is special to Albanese. And I'm so grateful for the Labour to win and Albanese to win in particular, because Albanese, I love his policy. Because since the beginning, when I was in Perth there, I worked in the office, one of the office with the Department of Work Safe before I went to prison. And before then, I used to be a Labour supporter because I believe in Labour policy of fair go, fair go. And the fair go, that's the only thing that I would like the Department of Home Affairs, especially the Minister and the Prime Minister, to look at our life, because you can't kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Like for my situation, my mother now, she live alone, she's a disabled, she developed mental issue. And I always worry about, I'm the only child in the family. We come to believe in going to the public because she sing about me all the time. And this is the reason what caused my mother mental issue, because of me being kept in detention. Because if I lost my life, that's the end of my mother too. Now, Australian government is killing two birds with 1 stone. 1 bird is myself. The other bird is my mother. And this is the reason why I would like to request the Department of Home Affairs to look at my mother, because my mother, I can't get my mother if I lost my mother. And so do everyone, because mother is important to everybody.
Thank you so much, Mamir. And what can you, the last question, what can you tell the young South Sudanese who are not looking into this very keenly, you know, and you said before that there are so many young people in the detention center where you are and around Australia. What can you tell to the other young people in the community who would be watching this video? And what could you also tell to the parents of the South Sudanese background and African parent who are or African background too?
Thank you very much for a great question. What I can tell South Sudanese and all the migrants who came to Australia as refugees is to obey Australian law and to live by Australian law. And all I can say is that young people all the time, they become victim of law in this country because of cultural difference, because of they are not aware, some of them, they don't even know what they are doing sometimes, they end up. But there are a lot of circumstances that I can divide the young people, and that was one of my main planning, because use of drug is one of the main things that I would like to talk about them. Alcohol is another one. All these substances, they are part of the reason that most of young people, they go to prison because of that. So for myself, I got an experience in prison, and that experience, I want to take it to the community to educate the young people, especially in my South Sudanese community. I will start here in Perth, and if I finish in Perth, I will go to everywhere they are, because there is something that I realized. People talk about African gangs, and if you look at it, South Sudanese become a victim of that. But I'm Ahmed Dama myself. I can prove them wrong that if there are South Sudanese young children, I will be the monitor to tell them about, you have to do this one, you have to do that, because that's all we want. Even detention is full of South Sudanese in particular, because the previous government, it never give us what is called a fairness, because they can't take, and now some of us, they even risk their life. Because one of my brother called me from Krumus Island yesterday, and he said, Mama, I want to risk my life to go there, because it's been warned a lot by people on social media that if you come to South Sudan, we're going to kill you. That brother is called Peter Koryom, and by his street name is called Chau. And I told him, Chau, there's nothing I can do about it, my brother, because Australian government, what they do, they should take us to refugee camp. They should take you to Kenya where they brought you, instead to take you to hand you over to your killer, to someone who will execute you. And Australian, they should not breach international law, because they are members of United Nations. But given our situation, Australian government, the previous government, I don't know what the Labour Party will do about it, but under the previous government, definition of refugee has changed, because refugee for them is someone of a color, but refugee is someone that flee the war and go for safety in other countries. And that's the reason why we were brought here. We came legally to live in Australia. Number two, if I done a crime, or even in permanent resident done a crime, and that person is not a terrorist, it's just done a crime like Australian citizen does, then what the point that if it is Australian citizen, he has to come back to the community and done a crime? Because I say this because there are some of my friends that I know, they've been to prison 5 times while I'm in detention here, and they are Australian citizens, but they are not risk to community. But if that person is a permanent resident, is a risk to community. So this character test itself that we are subjecting to, there are a lot of questions that I would like the Labour government to look at it, because this character test, who can pass it? Nobody can pass the character test. Even God himself, he can't pass the character test.
Thank you, Mamir, and it's been a great pleasure talking to you. And as I said, these are important information that have not been known by the general populations, and we'll make sure we will publish as much information as we could, so that the public is aware on what is happening. Are there any thought of mistreatment and discriminations in the detention centers?
Yes, of course. That's a big issue, because Australian Border Post in particular, because abuse of human rights is very rampant in detention. And how? Why? Because the Department of Home Affairs has been put under national security. Like now, I'm speaking with you in a solitary confinement in a facility called ISWAN, and ISWAN is a basic unit for punishment. So, and if you go everywhere in detention around Australia, it's run as a correction center. But according to the law, they call it detention center. But in reality, it's not detention center, it's even worse than prison. Because being a correction is not supposed to be applied in detention center. But because a lot of human rights has been happening, I've seen myself and I've been a victim of it. And a lot of detainees, they've been a victim of that. But what can we do? That's where the food is. We have no any choice. So this issue is something that I would request the Department of Home Affairs under the Albanese to look at the powers of the Australian Border Force. Because Australian Border Force, when they take you down the back, they put in a slot, they can keep you there as much as they want, just to psychological torture a person. Sometimes ERT, they came, they grab people, they beat them up. And by the way, nobody gonna know anything. Lawyers are not allowed to come inside. People who came and visit us, our relatives, they are not even allowed to come. And the reason why I even visit, I never been visited since I came here, because of what? The previous government is scared everybody. When you are visited by your family, they take you to another state, because we came to realize that this policy, it has something to do with separation of family. That's why I even tell people to bring who I was thinking to bring my mother here, not because if I get visited, they will take me to another state. That's why even detention now, the WA, which is where I'm in now, in Younger Hill, most of people who are here, they are from other states. Why? Because they have to take you to the place that you are not going to be visited by your family. Say that you will sign and go back to where you come from. But we South Sudanese, we have no choice. There's a big war now in Upper Nile, in everywhere. And it is something that cannot be denied. UN report already report a lot of things. So we South Sudanese in particular, we have no choice. We either remain in detention or you risk your life to go and die. And this is the reason why we would like Australian government to look at this one, because if there is a human right in Australia, if there is a human right, and if they believe in non-repayment obligation, they are supposed to release out to the community, because I'm not a risk to no one. In myself, I was a leader in my community. Okay, if I have the previous government that kept me here for the last 5 years, who has a problem with me in the community, they will never. They only say you only you already failed a character test without explanation because of Section 36C of Immigration Act, whereby they use my previous conviction as a mean of me failing the character test. Okay, this is not supposed to be, because if I'm being judged by my previous judges, what about Australian citizens who have been to prison for more than 10 times? And to make the matter worse, I went to prison for the first time, of which I should have been given a priority, a second chance, like the way corrections center, correction office, they grant me a visa because it was my first conviction in Australia. But the previous government denied that right to give me even a second chance. Even some of the people who are, because there is discrimination within immigration system. And I want to open the eye to talk about one of the person. There's one of my friends, he borrowed my book. He done 3 months. He's a British national. This guy, he went to AAT and he got his visa within 3 months. He came to my room and cried. He said, these people that are keeping good people, they speak all about me. They say there's racism. He showed me his criminal history. He got 182 convictions. 182 convictions. He shoot out with police, but the judge granted him his visa AAT, and he's outside now. He cried about me. I told him, my brother, take your stuff and just go in peace, because he said the reason why this Department of Home Affairs, the immigration detention, has a foundation racism. Why would they give me a visa with all this criminal record? 182 convictions, and you, Mama Dautu, you already go to jail for the first time. But because you are in detention here, your crime is just because you are black. I told him, thank you, my brother. Just, you read my book, but what can I do? I'm a good man in my community in WA, but to the Department of Home Affairs who are holding my case, I don't know why.
Thank you so much, Mamir, and it has been a pleasure. And we will call it a day. So we'll talk next time again. Thank you so much for all this information.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
My name is Majok. I'm from Perth. My roles and the role of the people behind this investigation into the detention centers is to help you people, making an awareness and trying to engage the government where possible, with all this information. So could you please introduce yourself to me, please?
Yeah. Okay. My name is Anyang Lual. I was born in Kenya.
Okay.
And come to Australia 2006.
And how old are you, Anyang?
My birthday, I'm 25.
25
I was born
years old.
25 years old.
And when did you migrate to Australia?
And I was born in 2006.
2006.
Yeah, 2006. Yeah. So I've been here for a few years. Yeah.
So did you migrate with your mother or your father?
I came to Australia with just three siblings. So I'm not born with my little brother. His name is Arik. And my little sister Yak. I'm the oldest. So now I've got another three. Now I've got another three more kids in the family as well.
So you got 3 children yourself?
Yeah. So I have 3 children myself, and there's 6 of us in the family from my dad.
Okay. Is your dad in Australia?
Yeah, my dad to Australia. Yeah.
What about your mom? Is your mom here as well?
Yeah, mom is in Australia too. All my family is here. Yeah.
Okay. How old are your children?
My children, I got a 7-year-old son, and I got a 3-year-old daughter, and I got a 2-year-old son as well.
Okay. And Anyang, are you an Australian citizen?
No, aren't you an Australian citizen? No.
Okay. Right. So, and you migrate to Australia with the humanitarian visa?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know if your visa is cancelled or it's still active?
Yes. It's been cancelled. Yes.
It's been cancelled.
Yeah.
So, Anyang, how long have you been in the detention center for?
I just did. I've been in jail since 2009, around August.
2009.
And I haven't got it. Yeah. I haven't got out. Yeah. And then I come to the detention center on the 5th of July.
5th of July, which year? This year?
This year.
So you just got out from the prison and then you came to detention center straight away?
Yeah. I got parole with immigration people. Yeah.
Okay. And so you said you went to jail in 2009 and
2019.
And you got released in 2022, right? In July.
Yeah.
Okay. So how many years have you spent in jail?
I think I've been in since 23, about 4 years nearly. Yeah. 4 years. Yeah.
And what was the nature of crime that have ended up you in jail?
Oh well, I was selling a bit of weed, just a little bit of weed now and there. So, but they didn't catch me with nothing. But someone went and told on me. So then someone went and told the police on me. So the police
you got dumped in.
Yeah. So I was trying to make a bit of money to pay some bills. I had a child. My daughter was on the way, and it was hard for me because I had no job at the time.
Yeah.
So I decided to get a bit of weed and move a little bit of weed, not too much, for a bit of money. Yeah.
So it was a drug related charges.
Drug related charge and family violence. Yeah, like fighting with my partner, the mother of my children. Yeah.
So you got a DV as well?
Yeah, DVO, yeah.
Okay. So when you went to jail, you were literally separated with your partner?
Yeah.
Okay. And was that your first time to go to jail?
No, this is my second time now. I come to jail in around 2014 before the mother of my children had my son. I got locked up for 13 months for armed robbery.
How old were you when you went to jail for the first time?
First time I was young. Like first time it was juvenile detention center.
Was it juvenile?
So that's where juvie. So I was around maybe 14 to 13 years old there.
Okay.
And then I stopped, and then I kept going to jail since then. And then I was 17 years old. It's called Big Boy's House. So you got Boys Yard. So I went to Boys Yard, and then from Boys Yard, I went to mainstream. Yeah.
Okay. So were you under the child protection custody?
Yes. At the moment, because I got locked up, and the mother of my children was outside, so she was still doing drugs. Well, she was still doing drugs while I was locked up.
She was doing drugs as well.
Yeah. Me and her were doing drugs as well. But then when I left her to come to jail, she's still doing drugs. And then she messed around, looking after her 3 children. So the dogs got the kids, So they took the kids. Boom. Now my kids are in child safety's care,
So they've been taken by the child protection.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And your partner, was your partner a Sudanese origin?
No, she was Australian. She's Australian, half Aboriginal, and half New Zealand. Yeah.
Okay. And okay. So
but she's Australian. She's Australian citizen. Yeah.
She's an Australian citizen. That's right.
Yeah. Okay.
And when did you start getting in trouble? Was it in primary school or high school?
Yeah, it was my high school. So around my high school was around maybe around 13, 14. So I go to school, and but maybe around lunchtime I go to the boys, and smoke weed and drink and shit like that, So so I messed up a bit. Like my childhood, I messed it up because at that time too I got drugged as well. So so when that time I was mucking around, not going to school, I was going to friends' house and smoke weed, and then I got drugged. So my brain got messed up, So
did you find yourself when you were struggling in your primary school? Did you find yourself struggling in the house? No support and all that. Is that what ended up you in the drugs?
Yeah. What led me up in the drugs was like, it was hard because we lost dad as well. Because dad and mom got separated as well, so we don't have a father figure in the house,
Okay.
Yeah, so that's a bit hard. Yeah, so that's a bit hard now. So pretty much all my siblings are trying. My little brother too just got out of jail as well.
Oh,
my
really?
cousin too. Yeah, so it's hard because we need our dad in the house, So so we'll find it hard because mom is trying to look after all of us. And she's struggling with the children too because I'm in jail now and I'm the eldest, So when I was at home, I was taking charge of everything. So I was working a bit too sometime and stuff like that. But since I got locked up now, my younger brothers they're not doing good now. They're doing, going to school, not going to school, going to some of their white friends, like Australian friends. And they're not coming home for a few days, So it's hard for mom. Yeah,
it's hard for mom to take
care of. Yeah.
It's pretty understandable. Yes. So where is your mom? Is she in Brisbane or Melbourne?
No, my mom to Toowoomba. She lives in Toowoomba.
In Toowoomba.
Yeah, Toowoomba. Yeah.
Okay, so that's where you used to live, right?
No. When we first come to Australia, we were living in Kingston, Woodridge.
Okay, where is that? Yeah. Queensland.
Yeah, Queensland. Yeah, Brisbane. Logan.
Okay.
Yeah, Brisbane. Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
So now you've been in jail, and now you serve your sentence in jail, and now you're in detention center, and your little brother just came out of the jail. How is your mother really getting trying to get all this problem into your own head? Is she
Yeah,
struggling
well,
trying to figure out where she could help you out?
but they were helping me when they were like when I was in jail with money and stuff like that, and support with the lawyers and stuff. So they pretty much paid for the lawyer. So, but yeah, it's hard for her because the older ones too that go after me, like my younger ones that are like after me, the older ones after me. So they're pretty much not stepping up as well, like not helping mom. So because they were into drugs as well. So yeah, it was like doing drugs, but now as I've been speaking to family, so my sister reckons she stopped doing drugs. So she's just committed to her studies and stuff like that. So now she started stepping up to help mom. But my little brother sometimes, like I don't know, he's still in that party mind, So he's only like he's 17 or 18, yeah. So yeah, so he goes away too sometimes and come to Brisbane and does what he wants to do and party, ride his motorbike and stuff like that. But I'll speak to them, but yeah, they seem to not understand where I'm coming from, Like I tell them, you guys don't want to end up in jail. Jail is not good for you, and stuff like that. Because you guys.
Do you know now, since your sibling also ended up doing what you were doing before, that what has ended you up in jail and in detention center?
Yeah.
Do your family still have a citizenship, or are they affected by the visa cancellation as well?
Yeah, because mom and dad, they don't really speak good English.
Okay.
Yeah, so they haven't studied. They haven't studied because dad was just in the army back home, so he fought the war. Yeah, so he doesn't really doesn't really know how to read and stuff like that. The same with mom. So but if they knew how to read and all that, we would have been citizens ages ago when we first come here,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So your mother is not a citizen yet.
Yeah, mom is not a citizen. Dad is not a citizen.
And even the sibling is not a citizen as well.
Yeah, I think my sister is my sister after me. I think she's a citizen. And my three younger brothers. So my three younger brothers were born in Australia, but I don't know. They're coming up with a new law saying that if they were born here, they're still not citizens or something like that. Yeah.
Now they are citizens. Anyone born here is a citizen, is or American citizen.
Okay, yeah, sweet. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so that little one wouldn't be affected. But
all right.
The worry now is your mom and your other sibling if they're not.
Yeah, me and my brothers there.
Right, and young now you've been going through all this a lot, with the family back, struggling, and you also struggling. How are you coping with this mentally?
Mentally it's hard, because I'm trying to get mom to get my children in her care, so my three children from child safety. So it's hard mentally because they're trying to play games, like in our culture with people, like I don't get it why they can't communicate and work with the people, like work with us, So it's hard for me because I want to see my children, but I don't get it because my baby mama she's Australian and she's in jail and she's been out there with the children all that time. How does it work for her to get visits in jail and not me, So exactly. Yeah, so it affects me mentally, but I don't like. Sometimes I just deal with it by just trying to get in contact with them, So yeah, so I'm trying my hardest to get mom to see her grandchildren because it's hard for her as well because she wants her grandchildren to grow up knowing their people, and knowing their culture, and to learn how to speak Dinka as well.
Yeah.
So when they were at home, and mom scared before they took them because of some accusations, and they weren't the stuff that wasn't even true, so they make up stuff and took the children, So when they were mom scared, they were speaking our culture language, So it was good. It was good for me to talk to them on the phone, but now nothing, So yeah.
When you were in high school, getting in trouble with all these problems, were there many other young people from the South Sudanese background? And
Yeah. There was a lot of us. We had a little crew, you know. We call ourselves, you know. We had a little name and stuff. So yeah, there was me, my cousin, my other cousin too, my other cousins as well. So and then we got a couple of like it was a bit of a mix, you know. So Sudanese, a bit of what do you call it, Egyptians, you know. So yeah, we had a little like from the Dinka side, you know. Yeah, so yeah, I was going to school and stuff like that, and then I met them, and I stopped going to school. I was starting to go into the army anyway, but I messed it up by doing the drugs, you know. So yeah.
Right. And now Anyang, you've been struggling with all this again, and do you regret what you have done in the past?
Yes, 100%. I regret it. Yeah. So like all this jail time and immigration, this time is good time to rehabilitate, you know.
Yeah.
So at the moment, I did five courses. So I finished some drug courses and white card and stuff like that, and to rehabilitation, like getting back in the community, and I got I think I got 6 now. Yeah, 6 certificates. Yeah, because of the Africa Day. So yeah, we did the Africa Day in jail, and yeah, that went good. So I was a bit of an organizer, and I did a bit of a speech. So yeah, it was good. Yeah, so it was good. Yeah.
Good. So you guys have organized yourself, you know, wherever you are there, you know, trying to be responsible as much as you could.
Yes. Because at the end of the day, we're human beings, you know.
Yes.
So we all make some bad choices in life, but we learn how to rehabilitate. You know, you did wrong. You do the time.
Yeah.
And that time, when you're doing the time, you rehabilitate. You know, you think of what you've done wrong and how to change it going forward when you're getting older, you know? So, yeah.
Now you have seen the problem of drugs and alcohol become a major issue among people of Europe. What would you do if you are given a chance to go back to the community?
Yes. What I'll do is I'm going to try, like, it's hard at the moment, but I see these people, the community leader, Benny Ball. So he's doing good outside for the community now. So I'm willing to step up and just work and try to help pay a bit of something for the generation in Toowoomba as well, because we've got a big community out there. So I want to try and help out with like sports and stuff like that, and try and get the young generation not to step in this sort of situation, you know. So I learned that I'm rehabilitating. So I see what they're doing wrong outside, you know, partying, drinking, getting on the drugs, you know. Like I've done that, did that, and look where I am, you know. So I want to try and give that to the young generation, helping the community out as well. So yeah.
And now you are inside the detention center. You have done your time in jail, which is required by law. And now you have been taken to the detention center again. What can you tell other young people who are not listening and not seeing what you guys going through?
Well, what I want to tell them, what I want to tell them if I get another chance is, drugs is not it's not an option, you know. It's not good to do, and alcohol too is a drug as well. You know? And the ice is drugs and all that, shooting up or smoking ice it just eats your brain cells, you know. So at the end of the day, you're gonna end up walking like you don't know what you're doing, you know. So we came here to study and do good, you know, and to sort of look after each other, you know, support each other. If someone need help, you help them, you know. And if someone's down, you get them, you know, you help them up. and fight through things in life, you know. So that's what I want to tell this young generation that are doing what they're doing now, bashing one of your own people. Like, how can you do that? You know, like, yeah, it sort of hurts me when I see stuff like that, you know, in the news and stuff like that. So yeah, it's not good. So like, yeah, we're supposed to like be a community and sort of like, you know, the generation with the ones that need to step up and help each other, you know, and help our country too. Yeah. So I want to tell them that as well. So I want to tell them from experience. Yeah, yeah.
Good. Now you just got out from the jail and now just being taken away again to the detention center. What can you tell? What can you tell to the Minister of Home Affairs to actually relieve you from where you are and back to the community? Because that's where you really needed to rehabilitate yourself and get back on track and try to clean yourself a bit. What can you tell the minister if you gotta ask the minister himself?
Well, I'll tell him, you know, like, Minister, hello, Minister, how are you? I've done a lot of rehabilitation. I've done a lot of thinking, and and what I was doing, I know was wrong, you know, and I would just want another chance to rehabilitate in the community because I deserve a chance, and I learned from the past what I've done was wrong, and it's not about it wasn't the law, you know, like it wasn't committed by law to do, you know. So yeah, I just want to be there for my children. I want to be there for the community, and I want to be there to work, you know. I don't want to sell drugs no more to sort of help myself out, you know. So I want to do it by law. So work and do what I got to do by the weekend or play sports by the weekend and not go to that path where I got mates texting me or something, or you come and drink or come and have some ice. So I really want to leave that past behind, you know. So really, I just want to do myself, you know. You got to fix yourself first before you can help anyone, you know. So I know that now. So yeah, I just want to be out there and just make my dad, you know, like, you know, my dad is struggling, mom is struggling. So I just want to be that the elder kid that knows what he's doing, you know. So like I learned all that now, and dad was coming to visit me in prison, and sort of asking me what have you learned in this time that you've done, you know. So father to son, you know. I told him the situations and how I want to change, and he says, "Yeah, you're learning, but you gotta wait till you get out for it to happen." So that's all I'm waiting for, you know, that chance, you know, like to get an option to actually change your life. Like the last time I got out, it was 2015. So that was the first time I actually did jail. I stayed out for 5 years, you know. So I know how to stay out. It's just what got me back, because I never did ice back then when I was doing drugs back then. So when I tried ice, that's what fucked everything, you know, like my brain. I didn't know what I was doing for 5 years. And that's why I ended up in here, because I never tried ice. And then when I did, I know what it affects, you know. So like I'll tell the minister that as well. So yeah, the ice doesn't work with our brain, you know. So because I've learned that it kills your brain cells instantly, you know. Instantly, your brain is dead. So I don't want to do that again, or I don't want my brothers or my cousins or anyone, any Sudanese or any generation, young youth. I don't want them to touch it, you know. And ice is damage. It kills people. It's killing people, and I don't want to see that, you know. We lost a lot of people over here as well, so I'm not happy about it, because they're getting into the ice, cocaine, and even joining the bikies when they're getting in jail or in jail. So it's not good. That lifestyle is not good, you know. Like, yeah, you gotta know where you come from and how it was, how you struggle from where you come from and come here. So you got to think of that as well as an option, you know. Like why did they bring me here, this beautiful country, and fuck up, you know? And you come here with a chance to do right and a chance to study for free. So yeah, them things too. They sort of mix in my mind because I haven't been on the drugs, you know. So when it plays in my mind, like I come from a torn war country. I come here with dad that fought the army, uncle that fought the army that brought us here. So why did I disappoint them, you know? And why did I disappoint my siblings to make them do wrong now? So yeah, in my lifetime, you know, like life is a struggle, but you move forward and you learn stuff from your actions, you know? So yeah, like
indeed, and that's what we wanted the minister to hear, and that's what we want the government to hear as well, to give people like yourself a second chance. Everyone deserves a second chance, you know. Everyone can go wrong and deserve a second chance. And it is about the time you need to be rehabilitated, you know. To get integrated again into the community and become a better person. That's what it is at the moment. And indeed, what you have just mentioned, you know, is touching. You know, your dad, you know, came down here for a better future for you guys, and now see yourself and see your sibling, you know, going through a lot, and he is going through a lot too. Your mom is going through a lot, you know. So what can you tell, you know, to other parents who are going through a lot, like your parents are doing now? What can you tell them?
I'll just tell them, you know, like war struggles, you know. But you guys gotta remember who brought you here. You come here for your parents, you know, for a better future. But you guys don't want to listen to your parents. At the end of the day, your mom and your dad are just trying to help you out in a good life. Don't think that in your mind that they're trying to control you or do what you want to, or not do what you want to do. You know, they love you. That's why they give you advice, you know, because they when they were young, they've done some stuff too, like us, but they learned that was wrong as well. So why don't you listen to your mom and dad for that father to son to mother to, you know, to mom conversations, you know? It sort of hurts me too, people not listening to their moms and dad or disrespecting the mom. You got to remember that they brought you into this world as well. So you got to be grateful for them as well. Because without your mom and dad, you will never be here. You know, so why do they got to disrespect their mom and dad and not listen to them? You know, at the end of the day, it's your future that's going to come up, you know, because they're not going to be here for a long time. You know what I mean? We're going to take over them, you know, we're going to be the ones that are living, you know. So at the end of the day, they brought us into this life, but we're still going to live their life, you know. But we're going to live it by example, you know what I mean? Example for a better future for the children, better future for a family. And it sort of hurts me too when people interfere, because our culture, there's problems going around in families where you get the big leaders of the community or the big leaders of the family, you know, like older people, like, you know, like grandfather, uncle, aunties, and all that, and they help the situation. They come together and they solve the problem. So sometimes too, it hurts me that children don't listen, because that happens too. You know what I mean? They're trying to help you out, and your mom and dad are going through a hard time. Your grandfather, your uncles, they want you to do right as well. You know, because in this life, work is the key. You know what I mean? To success. Without work, what are you gonna do? You know, that's why they're selling drugs, doing what they got to do, but not law. You know, that's not law. That's trying to break the law. So why do it? You know. So
that's right. Yeah. Beautiful. And a lot of young people would think, you know, going into drugs, selling drugs illegally is a key to getting rich quicker. You know,
Yeah.
this is becoming a challenge. You know, and you would see a lot of young people killing themselves.
Yeah, 100%.
Joining bikies and all
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
What
Yeah.
would you tell them to stop such kind of trend?
Yeah. What I'll tell them is, it's gonna end up bad. You know, you're either gonna be in jail or dead. So why take that sort of gamble in life? You know, life is a gamble, but take the good gamble, not the bad gamble. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's life. You gotta learn how to go the right way, not the wrong way, because the wrong way is gonna lead you down, and the right way is gonna take you up to the top, which is good way. You know, life. Okay, life is like a loan. This body that God gave you is a loan. You know what I mean? Like, it's a loan. Life is a loan. It's a game. So why play the bad game when you're gonna get judged at the end of the day anyway when you die? Why not take the good gamble in life, which God gave you? Not use drugs for your body, eat healthy, gym, play sports, do the right things, not touch drugs or even drink or whatever, you know, to affect your body, you know. So at the end of the day, you're gonna get judged by that as well. So that's how life is, you know. Yeah.
That's right, and that's the reality. So many of them.
Yeah, that's reality. Yeah.
So
That's
many of them
that's common sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is a big trouble, and I hope these young people are listening. They will be listening to this video. It is be so educational for them, because
100%.
you're talking from experience.
Yeah.
You experience it all, and you know what are the challenges. You know, it brings you. So, Young, now, if you got a chance to speak to the gathering of the South Sudanese parents, what can you really tell them?
I really want to tell them it's not their fault, you know. The community, like the parents, you know, of the community, like of the children that are doing wrong right now, it's not their fault. You know, at the end of the day, I can be like, they brought you here, they brought you into this country. At the end of the day, for a better future, there's stuff there that they left behind. You know, like family members as well, just for you to come here and study and do the right thing. You know, and that's what the community parents want in their children. You know, but their children seem this, we're gonna go and do drugs, we're gonna sell drugs, we're gonna get rich quick, and then boom, boom. You know, all end up in jail or end up dead. How many of our people in Melbourne died because of what they're doing? Drugs, or getting taken or kidnapped and then dead. You know? So at the end of the day, I want to educate the kids as well. You know, I want to step up out there if I get out, and I know what I'm gonna do, you know? Because at the end of the day, I don't blame them. You know, I don't blame the mothers of the children or fathers, because at the end of the day, they're trying to give you father and mother advice for you to do right, and because you see people, you see our young generation now working in the meat works, working somewhere, driving a nice car because they chose a good life.
Yes.
You know, yeah, that's a good life. At the end of the day, they're gonna get rich too quick because they chose a good life to study and listen to their mom and parents and dad. So why break the rule? Not listen to them. And then boom, and stress them out because you end up dead, or you end up not being alive because of what you chose, or end up in jail for killing someone that didn't even deserve it. You know, so why kill each other with the same skin? You know, there's no need for us to join gangs or whatever and fight against another African gang. Like, I don't get it. You know, that's not life. You know, it's with people. That's your people. You know, and that's your own kind. Why do it? You know? That's just disrespectful. That's what I don't like. It's disrespectful, man. Like, you know, in my heart, I'm not happy seeing all this stuff in the news. You know, because it makes me unhappy because I was there. I've done that. That could have been me. You know? Yeah, I've done that. I've been in a gang. I've done this. I've done that. I've sold drugs. You know, that could have been me ending up dead. But I chose the right way to come here and rehabilitate, and to listen to my mom and dad, keep in contact with mom and dad. So at the end of the day, they're trying to help you, you know, because in their lifetime, they love you more. You know, they're only getting older. They're not gonna be here for a long time. You know, so that's why you gotta cherish that time and be respectful to your mom and dad and listen to them.
Indeed, indeed, and young, you have said it all, and that's what is really needed. You know, for young people like yourself to speak up and tell to your fears in their face that this is not right and this is what you should be doing. You know, at the end of the day, you know, you gotta choose a better life. You know.
Yeah, you gotta choose a better life. Yeah.
You gotta choose a better life. You know, whether you're earning $2, just trying to live in that mean. You know, people should not just be greedy. You know, to go big cartels, drug cartels, and all that. These things are not. They're really killing a lot of young people. You know.
100%.
And this is what need to really need to get out in the community. Now, what is the treatment in the detention center? You just arrived in July, right? And what is the life like?
It's pretty much like rehabilitating in the community a little bit, you know, because you get given what you want, you know, so you get food, you get buyout, you know, even if you're stressed out, come at the top, you can smoke cigarette, you know, but no, you can't drink. You can study too and do some programs, for a bit of money. So it's all right, but you know, like it's all right if you're doing right, you know, if you know what you're doing. Don't fight, you know, or don't get involved in violence while you're here to mess up your chance of getting out, you know. So at the end of the day, it's pretty much it's like a refugee camp, like if I can say, you know.
Yeah.
So pretty much like it's like a Kenya refugee camp or even Uganda, because all you do is, you know, you're free, you know, you can do what you want and go back to where you sleep, you know, and So but you gotta be respectful, and you gotta respect the people that are escorting you around. You know, at the end of the day, you don't want to get into an argument or punch them or get into a fight with them, because it affects your mentality as well. So you know, that's what I want to tell this young generation as well that are locked up in these in these hard times in the detention over 6 years or 7 years. Detention, you know, I got family members that are doing 7-8 years in there.
Serious.
So serious. Yeah. So what I want to tell them is, don't lose your cool, you know. Don't fight them, you know, because at the end of the day, it's not worth it. At the end of the day, you're gonna think about it and say, what did I do that affects my chances of getting out as well? So rehabilitation, you've been there for all that time. Why mess it up? Why fight? You know. Why fight them or hurt them or fight 6 of them, and then you get in trouble at the end of the day? They added more time onto it, you know. So you know, I love family members all there doing time, but you know, please, you know, you've been in there for long, rehabilitate, and you know what's right for life, you know. So
Somebody I spoke to one of the guy in Christmas Island, one of the biggest detention center, and he was saying there were 400 to 500 Sudanese in detention.
That's true. Yeah.
This is the biggest number you would have ever found, you know, being locked up in one community. What can you tell again to your community, because your community seem to be sleeping? They have never been looking into this, and these people say they are forgotten people.
Yeah, 100% they have. You know. So what I want to tell too to the community leaders out there of the community that are supposed to be helping us people in this situation. You know, step up. You know, like help us. You know, because at the end of the day, we're your people. We just want to do right. You know, jail changes people too. You know, sometimes, you know, you're doing wrong out there, you know, and then boom. Me, I chose to come to jail, you know, because I knew I wasn't going to beat the charges. So I just said, no, lock me up anyway, so I can rehabilitate, you know. Jail is rehabilitation, you know. So why not help your own community, people that are struggling, that have done wrong? Why not? What? Because they think they're better than us? No. You know, they might be doing right outside, but we want to do right too. You know, we want to do right by setting an example as well. Well, if you get out, go straight to work, do good, save your money. You know, we know that now as well. So why they don't not step up and help us? You know, we're struggling out here. You know, we all need because at the end of the day, it's making the leaders too look bad, but not setting an example as well. Because that's why I was good outside for 5 years. You know, I was looking for that community leaders, you know, to step up to bring the soccer. You know, we played a lot of sport. You know, we like running. You know, we like to play. So why all that time for 5 years I haven't seen it? You know, so I'm like, I got on the drugs. I wasn't using drugs. I was like, well, as soon as I got out, the first time, I was going to soccer training. I was doing everything, running, doing everything. I was fit, you know, because the community, they stepped up then, you know. So why not step up now? But now they're doing it now. Why? It's too late. But still, you need to be able to step up there and say, oh, our young generation are doing wrong. We need to set an example and help them by giving them second chance and to rehabilitate into the communities. You know, we'll all miss our families too. We'll miss our leaders as well, like, you know, uncles, aunties, whatever, family members, you know, been away for too long. So why not set that as an example, as an argument to whoever that needs to hear it for them to be able to help, you know? So I find that hard as well, because in jail here, like all the jails, we all get bullied, you know, by the security guards, because no one is out there setting an example for us in here in jail while we're doing time. Why do we got to get bullied by the security? Even sometimes too, I felt like fighting as well, but I know my mentality not to fight, you know. So why not set an example out there for us in jail to come in and help us out with the situations, talk about our problems, because there's a lot of problems, man. You know, there's a lot of problems in prison. You know, you get bullied, you get bashed for no reason, stuff like that. You know, so we need people to step up and help us. We all deserve a second chance in life. You know, people out there can't judge us. They can't judge us outside. They can't. The only man that can judge us is God. You know, and it's God, the only person that can judge. So why try to say, oh no, they broke the rules, they did this, they did this? No, you know, you don't judge your own people. At the end of the day, it's God is going to judge anyway. You know, you're not judging. You're judging from here, down here. You're not judging from up there. You know what I mean? So sometimes too, it hurts me. It hurts me deeply. You know, to see nothing is happening outside. A young generation, like even my little brother now, he's only young, in grade. Not even high school yet, and is there stealing cars, doing this, doing that, because no one is out there in the community to take them somewhere where they can rehabilitate, play games or play pool or play something, you know. So yeah, that's hard too. So we need the community out there as well to sort of set an example for the young generation where they need to go. So places where they can rehabilitate with other kids, places where they can play games with other generation. You know, and communicate with each other and know what's good, you know.
Indeed, and young, you have said it all, and that's what the leadership in a community should be able to do, to step up and create program for younger people to engage in all type of sports.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much what would have really engaged a lot of these young people.
Yeah.
Seeing all that over 400 to 500 people in detention centers, and a lot of them also in prisons around Australia. It's just heartbreaking, you know. It's heartbreaking, and most families are doing harder ways, you know.
Yeah.
Parents are really down, you know. Crowd, you know, how can really be happening to us? You know, why is this happening all the time? You know, so something needs to be done. And
100%.
And that is true. You know, somebody needs to talk.
Yeah.
Somebody need to talk to the authorities and tell them, you know, these people need help. You know, they are in a situation where they really need help. You know, everyone do wrong, but they need someone to talk on their behalf.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate your talk today, Anyang, and this is really good. and it's gonna be quite educational for both parents, the leaders, and the young people as well. You know, so and I hope, like, you know, I hope they give you a second chance, and I hope the government will listen to the voices calling out in the detention centers that we need a second chance. You know? People like yourself, you know, you were born in Kenya and you don't know nothing about South Sudan, and if they want to take you to South Sudan, where they're gonna take you to? You know,
where they're gonna take me? Yeah, exactly.
Yes, your parents are here, your siblings are here. He knew nothing about them. So he only knew what's going on in Australia. So he should be updated into the community. So that's what people are fighting, you know, to help you people out, you know, to come back to the community, you know. So long, you know, you have done your time and you have known you have done wrong and you serve the time. That's what it is, you know. So I really appreciate it. I'll get in touch again, and this is great. Thank you so much, Dave. So what?
All good.
What could be your last?
Thank you. Thank you too for your time as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, I'll get in touch again. Thank you.
All right.
That was Anyang Walanyang in Brisbane Detention Center. Anyang has spent 4.5 years in prison doing drugs, and now is in Immigration Detention Center in Brisbane. He's the youngest among all, 25 years old. He has family. Left behind his 3 children in a community. My name is Majok Utchok, as I just mentioned earlier on. Could you please introduce yourself to us?
My name is Roy Ronaldo Dengs, and I'm South Sudanese, and I live in Queensland, Brisbane, and I'm in detention at the moment.
Roughly, how old are you, Deng?
I'm 28 years old.
And did you say you're located in Australia? Which states are you now?
Queensland, Brisbane, in detention.
Okay. Then do you have any family in Australia?
Yeah, got all my family here in Australia.
And where are they currently living?
I got my mom and 2 sisters in Brisbane, and I got 2 brothers in Melbourne and 2 in Canberra.
So you got all your siblings here and your mother. That is great.
Yeah.
Good. Then do you know when did you arrive in Australia? When did you migrate with your family to Australia?
I arrived in Australia in September the 23rd, 2006.
2006. And you obviously arrived with your mother and your siblings.
Yes, I arrived with my mother and my siblings here.
Okay. And at the moment, do you hold any Australian passport, like Australian citizenship?
No.
You don't?
No, I don't.
Okay. So what visa category did you migrate to Australia to? Is it humanitarian visa?
Yes, it's humanitarian visa.
Okay. And do you know if your visa is still active or cancelled?
It's cancelled.
It's cancelled. Have your family been affected by the same cancellation?
Yes. No, not at the moment. No. Just only me.
Okay. So the rest of the siblings and your mother are Australian citizens?
Yes, they are.
Good. How long have you been in detention for?
I've been in detention exactly 2 years. 2 years, 8 months.
And which detention center is that?
I'm in Brisbane, Baita.
Brisbane. Right. So where were you before coming to this detention center?
I was in jail, in prison.
In prison, okay. And how long did you spend in prison?
Altogether, I spent 11 months
in prison.
In prison.
So you spent a lot of time in detention center compared to prison.
Yes, I doubled my time. I doubled my time in detention. The time that I done in jail.
Okay. What was the situation that ended you up in prison?
I got assault, occasionally bodily harm, and I had a DV charge.
When you were sentenced to prisons by the court,
Yes.
were you ever told that your visa will be cancelled or you will be taken to detention center after serving your sentence?
No.
No one ever mentioned that to you?
No one ever mentioned that to me until the last 2 months of my jail time.
Okay. And now, what can you tell us about your overall health in the detention center?
Really, physically, I try to be active, but really mentally, mentally I'm alright, but really there's a lot of stuff to think about. About like, my family on the outside, and me being away from, and what's happening to me at the moment, and how like it's really it's scary to say that you're gonna get deported back to South Sudan when your family is all in Australia.
Right. It is pretty challenging, given you are 28 years old. You might have been born, maybe in the neighboring countries around Sudan when Sudan was still one, or you grew up in a refugee camp when you were so tiny and came to Australia and spent most of your years in Australia. So you literally doesn't know anything about South Sudan. Are you afraid if the government say today you're going to be deported back to South Sudan? Are you afraid of going down there? And what do you think will be the challenge?
The challenges would be like I don't know anything about the country. Like I don't know anything about South Sudan. I don't even remember anything. A little bit in Kenya. When I was 12 years old, still I was a kid. My memories in the refugee camp are not there. Challenge would be like over where I don't know, where I don't know.
Right. Then, is this circumstances affecting your family as well, like especially your mother? Is she really very concerned on the situation you are in?
Yeah, it's really affected my family, to be honest. And they try to stay positive just to keep me mentally well. And I appreciate that from them, and yeah, it's really affecting mom and my little nephews and nieces as well. So,
right. And given the fact that you've been in detention center for a little while now, what kind of support is your family doing to you? Have they ever tried to challenge the government on the reason as to why your visa is canceled? And as far as you have already even spent most of your time serving your sentence, and now you're being taken away from prison to detention, have they tried anything to resolve your visa issue?
yeah, they try to talk to my lawyer, writing support letters and stuff like that, and really that's all they can that's all they can do. That's all they can.
Right. And given all these mental health issues that might be affecting you or affecting your family,
Yes.
Is there any counseling that the government is offering you in where you are and offering to your mother where she is?
Yes, at this point, like I reached out to they call PPOS. It's torture and trauma counseling in Queensland. So really, I see them. I used to see them every week.
Yeah.
And then now all my appointments are like every second week or every fortnight. I go there once. And I do a bit of counseling with them. I reach out to Zoom as well to drug alcohol counselors and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
I try to reach out to get help.
Right. What about if the government decided today that they're gonna release you back and give you your visa to let you go back to the community?
Yeah.
Would you be able? What would you tell to the younger people who are misusing their time at the moment in the South Sudanese community? Would you be their mentor?
Especially like with my little nieces and nephews and stuff like that. When I was outside in the community, I was involved in the community and stuff. Like I would love to sit with nephews and nieces and wherever, like all these little South Sudanese kids and stuff like that. And if they misuse their time, then really, I'll tell them what I actually went through when I started to misuse my time in my younger days. The thing is, like, people like us need to talk to them kids and say, hey, look, prison's like this. This is what happened when you cause trouble. I would love to start that with my little nephews and nieces and then reach out to the South Sudanese community. If I can help, then I'll contribute my help. So.
Right. Do you think there is a negligence that the families and the parents of the South Sudanese and the Sudanese backgrounds and the African community in general is contributing toward these young people misusing their time? Do you think there's no any engagement that is the parents are giving to their children? That's why they're finding themselves in this situation like yours.
To be honest, they don't really. Some of the parents really don't. I don't think they do pay attention to their kids and to how kids grow up in the Western world. Is different to how like my parents and some of my older brothers got brought up. Because most of them grew up in the refugee camp or like in Australia. It's a different circumstance of how people grow up in Australia. There's a lot of activities kids need to attend. Kids can't just go if they want to play soccer or whatever, do sport, basketball. They can't just go. Sometimes there's some things that are needed and the parents need to support them like that. And if the parents can't support them, then maybe they'll turn into crimes or try to get money somehow. So really, it's a hard question. It's like, but it depends what type of parents, but I don't think there's too much attention that like the parents are giving their kids.
How did you find yourself in trouble? Was it in high school?
I found myself in trouble after high school because I was actually trying my best to do well for myself. I got into the Queensland Academy of Sport through high school, and then from there, the Queensland Academy of Sport gave me a house because where I was living at that time, I was living all the way at Red Bank Plains, and where I go for training, it'll take about an hour and a half on the train and a bus. And they gave me a house close by to live in there. So I moved in there. And then from there, met a girlfriend. We had a broke up, started touching a little bit of drugs. I I was ashamed of going back to, like, this is the thing that I learned from counseling at the moment. I was ashamed to go back to my family and actually tell them the situation and who I turned into. So I was really ashamed of admitting to my family, okay, I need this help. So I started getting in trouble just after high school.
Yeah.
Around 2015. And that's when I stopped going to training for Queensland Academy of Sport, and I had through a breakup, and then I just thought, yeah, everything was gone. And then instead of reaching out for help, I was just thinking I can do it on my own, and that's what got me into trouble. But if I would have reached out and if I would have reached out to my brothers, sisters, or mom, it would have been a different outcome to the outcome that I'm in now. So that's one of the mistakes that I done, and I take full responsibility for that, and I try to fix it. So
now you realize that you're very regretful on what you find yourself into. What can you tell the current Home Affairs Minister, who is in charge of the cancellation of the visas and all that residency status? What can you tell him if he gotta decide and look into your case today?
Coming from me first personally, is like I can tell him I made a mistake. I was young. I learned my lesson from my mistakes, and to be honest, I'm actually a better person than I was now before. It has to take a wrongdoing for you to be right. So all I can tell him is, if he can give me another chance, and I can't prove it to him, but I'll prove it to myself that I am a different person. So
good. And what can you tell to these young South Sudanese who are still misusing their time and still doing the same sort of problems in the community, not really looking into how many people are in detention and how many people are in juvenile and prisons? What can you tell them?
What I can tell them is, like, the younger day, like your time now, it's like the life that you're gonna live after. You need to start making your decision now. Because if you done something wrong now, that thing can hunt you. It can keep hunting you down for the rest of your years. If you want to settle down, whenever you want to settle down, you need to settle down now and actually pick your way of what career you want to do. If you want to go to school, go to uni, and if you want to play sport, then focus on that and actually ask your parents, ask for help from the community. If there is one responsible person and actually kind-hearted person, then he can help. I would like to be honest, when I get out of here, I would like to start a little soccer team for the South Sudanese youth team, if I can, because I'm still in touch with I'm still in touch with one of the soccer coaches. So really, if I can contribute and put my, and help, even talking to them, like they will want to talk to me because I'm still young like them,
Yeah.
And what I'll tell them will make them actually second guess their choice. If I can, I'll do that, Yeah, that's
pretty straight on, and that's a community spirit that we want to see, because you learn your lessons, and now you want to give back. You know what lives are stuck in you to. So what about the parents? as you said earlier on, it is not a bad, a child having a dream, but not being supported is one of the biggest problems. What can you tell the parents themselves?
What I can tell the parents is let the kid, like, because most of the parents, to be honest, like when the kids finish high school, and even if they have the dream of being an athlete or want to go to uni and stuff like that, they don't mind. Like, the parents don't encourage them to actually chase their dream. Most of them really encourage them when they finish high school, go straight away and start working in a meat factory. Or and if a kid have a support behind him, it doesn't need to go and work in a meat factory to actually support his dreams or to actually achieve what he wants to achieve. If he has some parents that can actually pay attention to him, if he comes say, "Oh, mom, I need this for soccer or basketball," or "Mom, can you please drop me here instead of catching train and go and meet with like all these other sort of friends and get in trouble." So really, like, parents need to actually pay attention to their kids and actually help them.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dang. And this is a great insight. So it's been a privilege talking to you. And I'll just turn now to Malal to see if he had anything to add. But before we end up, do you have anything to add on this?
Not so far. It's been a pleasure to meet you.
Been a pleasure. Thank you, Dan. Take care of yourself.
No problem.
I'm just kind of doing this discussion with the boys in the detention center, and just try to figure out, how can we engage, the government on the scenario of detentions and all that. Are you happy to talk to us as well?
Yeah, that's all right.
Beautiful. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Well, my name is Tony Anthony Okiki.
Good. And Tony, how old are you?
35.
35.
Yeah.
And you are currently located in Brisbane in the detention center?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any family in Australia?
Nah.
You're just by yourself?
Yeah, by myself, yeah.
And when did you migrate to Australia?
I came here in 2015.
Direct from Nigeria?
Nah, from the United States.
Or from US? And how long have you been in the US for?
I've been there a pretty long time. I went there when I was little.
Oh, okay. So what is your residency status in Australia?
I came here on a temporary visa through my company, 457, and then I applied for my permanent residency, but that was still in process before I got in trouble. So all that it didn't continue. So
okay, and are you a citizen of the United States as well?
Nigeria and United States, yeah.
Okay. And why are you in detention for? Why can you just be taken back to United States? And I thought they have the treaty that would allow Australia to take back the nationals of the United States.
Yeah, including Nigeria as well. So at the moment, because I just got released from criminal detention last week, but my passport is already expired. So we've been in contact with both consulate to see whichever one that issues travel documents quicker.
Okay.
And, yeah.
And have you been in contact with the Nigeria embassy in Canberra as well?
Yeah. I spoke to them as well. So we've sent everything to them, just waiting for them to send travel documents.
Okay. So how long have you been in prison for?
I was in jail for 3.5 years.
3.5 years. And now you're just a week old in a detention center.
Sorry?
And you're just only 1 week old in detention center.
Yeah.
Well, I did isolation last week, so I just came to this center today.
Okay. And what was the nature of incident that ended you up in prison?
Fraud.
Fraud, right. Okay. Do you have any family in the United States as well?
Yeah, families in the United States and UK. And,
okay. So
family
pretty much
also
everywhere. Yes. As I say, Nigerians are everywhere around the world. Yeah. So I know a lot of Nigerians were in Western Australia. Yeah. There's too many doctors I know here.
Yeah.
From Nigeria. Yeah. Right. So you've been in the prison for 3 years and all that. So after migration or the border security told you, how long you're going to be in detention center for?
Well, that depends if I want to fight my case and that, which for me, I told them there's no point. I don't want to keep wasting time. So I just want to move on with my life,
Yeah.
Yeah. So I already told them. So that's why we're trying to make provisions for travel documents.
Yeah. It is pretty hard now, given the legislation that the government has passed last year, the 501 policy that allowed anyone who has gone in the detention center to remain in there indefinitely. Do you think the government will look into that quickly?
We'll look into indefinite detention.
Into releasing you or keeping you there for a while?
I don't see them. Well, I don't see them actually considering or making anything special or making anything different, because it's been going like this for a while,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not the first.
Yep.
But just the same thing we see with some regulations that affects people like in criminal detention. To be honest, they don't really care. Like if I am to be honest, people in detention, people in jail, they're like the last group of people they want to consider when they're trying to make a decision. So that's not
right. So, and what about if the government decide today that you will be given a travel document? So where would you rather be taken to, Nigeria or the United States?
Well, both. I'm fine with both of them, any of them.
Okay.
So yeah, whichever one that produces my document quicker, I'll go there first.
So, and now the legislation allowed you to stay in that facility indefinitely according to the law. What can you tell the current affairs, the Home Affairs Minister in Australia to change that policy?
Well, that's that has been a question that's been around for a long time as far as indefinite detention. I don't even understand why there is such thing as well, where you have somebody without a release date. That violates every form of human rights.
Yeah.
So it's it shows some sort of, in my view, it shows some sort of like hypocrisy with Australian government and like how they go about talking about human rights and people having basic rights and stuff.
Yeah.
And then you have someone in detention where you literally have no pathway for them being out. Some people, and then it's hard for people when they can't even go back to their country.
Yes.
When you can't go back to your country because your country is classified as a failed state, or is in a state of war, or is in a state of conflict, or in a case where you someone is came initially as a refugee, so meaning you fled that country.
Yeah. Then
it's hard. They can't send you back there, but at the same time, they cannot release you back out to the society. That's it's 100% wrong. It's not right. So they need to look into giving some sort of pathway to see what other countries do, like see how other countries like runs it. Because I don't think that because there are people you send to jail, people that have gone to jail. If you tell me that jail is meant to rehabilitate people,
yeah.
So if you go to jail, you've done your time. If you're still telling me that I'm not rehabilitated without even giving me a chance, then you're telling me that the jail system doesn't work. So if someone has been to jail for like a couple of years, paid their time, and then you're still telling them that, oh, you don't think, without even giving them a chance, that they've changed or they've been rehabilitated, then it comes down to the baseline that this system probably is not even working. It's not changing anything.
Yes.
So my message to them will be to see what other countries are doing. Because at the end of the day, this is not a deterrent. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't make the people out there not to do what they want to do. It doesn't improve the system in any manner, shape, or form. What it just continues to do is to bring a platform to show how horrible like the system is. In United States, if America has you in detention, for example, for people that are in immigration detention, if they cannot send you back to your country, they're not going to let you. They won't hold you more than 6 months.
They will put you through rehabilitation.
Yeah, So it's So I feel for the people that can't even, for me, if I continue to stay here, I'll say I'm here by my choice. But there are people clearly that would even want to like go back to their country, but they won't even let them.
Yeah.
For the sake of the present history or how they came in the first place, which is very inhumane. I mean, you cannot. I don't know anywhere in the world, especially like a country like this that talks about democracy all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know any first Western countries, first world countries that still have any such thing as indefinite detention. Like that's sometimes you even do much time. You be in detention more than somebody that has even actually committed a crime.
Yeah.
Like
and the worst case
and
the worst case scenario is that these people will be when they committed that crime they have committed and they're taken to the court of law. The court doesn't tell them in the first instance when they are getting sentenced that your visa will be canceled or you'll be taken to the detention after you serve your sentence in the prison. That's the failure in the justice system.
Yeah, they don't tell you that. Well, the justice system is the justice system is next level nonsense. Like it's flawed from the point of any time you are arrested because they don't really care whether they even try to. So the justice system here, it's more like a conviction fishing net. They just have to like get in their convictions and not. So people, most of the times when people get arrested, charged with a crime, you don't even get to go to, go see a judge as far as going through trial and all that stuff. 80%, 90% of people don't even take their charges to trial. They just take a plea deal. And some of them doesn't understand what the implications of that plea deal, comes to in terms of giving you, like a bad record with immigration.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but they just to get the system going. So the system works like you get charged. They do whatever they can to deny you bail. If they deny you bail, you remain in remand in custody. While you're in remand in custody, they keep delaying your matter, delay it as much as they can. So you get to the point where even your own legal team start telling you, if you just plead guilty, you get out. And then people just, if you're not a citizen, people still without knowledge and how things goes, put their hand up, and then they end up in a situation like this, like further detention to even more, what is meant to be the punishment for what you did in the first place. So the justice system is not that good as well as the immigration. So, like I said, they need to look at the results, see if what they're doing is actually working, which in my view is not, but they keep doing it anyways.
And it's very challenging, given the government is committing a lot of resources, to put it in detention center.
Yeah, they spend a lot of money.
There are a lot of people.
A lot of money to house people here. That money can be spent wisely to get people back into
the society,
to the community. Yeah, to do things.
Yeah. So it's an awkward moment. You don't really understand what they're trying to achieve by all this. And there are some people who are interested to go back to.
They're looking for. They keep crying. They're looking for workers to go work in the farm. There's a shortage of people. Shortage of this and that. There are people. All these people in detention that will be willing to go work and make some money and support themselves, support their family. They've done the time for the crime they committed. Whether they did it or not, they've already done the time. So it's about time you look into what you already have. Use the human resources that you already have within the country. People that are in, detention, not necessarily letting people out of jail, but people that are already done their time that are in detention. You can use them, to fill the ones that I want to, but I'm sure there will be people that are willing to undertake that if it's available. So there's a lot of things that needs to be changed or that needs to be reformed. But like I said,
what is your family doing to let you out?
Sorry?
What is your family doing now to let you out of the detention center after you have served your sentence in prison? And now you are taken to the detention center.
My sister, they want me out of here as soon as possible. They were asking me, is it possible for them to buy to organize a ticket for me to leave the same night I came out from jail? I was telling them that my passport is already expired, so I need to talk to these even when immigration, because at first they have me in hotel for 7 days isolation. So when I was in a hotel talking to my family, they were still asking me, saying that they're sure that I can use an expired passport to still fly home, but immigration said nah, they don't think that's possible. Because my sister was saying that she believes that you can travel back to the country of origin of the passport even if it's expired, but if you want to travel out of it, then you have to go and renew it and that. So in terms of my family, they're happy to organize a ticket for me and that, but immigration here, Border Force was telling me it will be quicker if Border Force pays for the ticket and arrange the flight. So I'm just, waiting.
Just pretty much stuck there. You don't know what's going on. So thank you so much.
Waiting to get my travel documents. Yeah.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure talking to you.
Which is another thing I don't understand. If someone actually wants to go, why don't you let, if somebody wants to go, why don't you just let the person facilitate their travel and leave? It's just I don't get it.
It's a pretty hard system, and thank you very much for talking to me today. And I hope this message is just to engage the government officials on what is actually happening. They are happy to listen to us, and this is part of this. Yeah.
Especially most of us, especially me as well, I was given my paroles, so I wasn't a risk to the community. But then ABF, which is Australian Border Force, they say, nah, it can't go to the country because it doesn't have any document. They knew that I was permanently arrested when I was sentenced. The justice system knew that. So if they knew that, they could tell me indefinitely that when you finish your time, you're going to have problem with the issue with that. But then they let you do double time. So right now I'm doing another time. There's some people that they finish their sentence and then they're doing a jail time here. and they already done their time. They've completed in prison, and they're doing another sentence, which is not right. So it's something really difficult. The system need to be changed a little bit. As a brother was saying before, is there some people that came to this country that they flee from war, and they flee from war. Yeah, they can't go back because they left because there wasn't no country. So, and that's why everyone here pretty much they're all stuck. So we don't really see it as a right decision for them to do a thing like that.
And that is very true, Brother Malwal, because, a person who wanted to go back to where they came from should be allowed to go back rather than being whole hostage. Right. And that's what is really needed to be advocate for to the government themselves. So really appreciate you bringing our brother from Nigeria into this. So we'll keep on in touch. Let's look into it.
It's my roommate. Yeah, he just came here today. So he's staying with me in the same room. We've got other boys around as well. It's a pretty rough life. I spoke to you the other day. Yeah, it's pretty tough here. Because this is what we do a whole day. Probably sit in the room. There's nothing to do. There's no studies. So it's more stressful than being in prison.
Right. Very tough life up there. Thank you, Malwal. We'll catch up again. Thank you so much.
All right, no worries. All right, thank you.
All right, have a great day.